Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What's up, guys? Today I have a very special guest. It is Mr. Andrew Branca. How you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome. I'm down in Austin, Texas on a motorcycle trip and having a good time.
You're in Austin?
Yeah.
Why did you decide to become gay?
I had to come to a podcast, one of those in-person podcast things. So I decided to make a motorcycle trip out of it.
Nice. Very cool. Are you going to share like what podcast or?
Yeah, it's the name of it is Bullet. I have to remember now. I think it's called Bulletproof Workshop. It's hosted by an ex-Navy SEAL, Jeff Gonzalez, but it won't air for a month or something. So when it goes, they just recorded it today. When it goes to air, I'll promote it more.
Gotcha. Very cool. I assume it has to do with guns.
Yeah, it does. That would make sense, right?
I mean, it might. But yeah, so, well, it is no Tie Branca Day. We planned this thing a long time ago, or well, we picked this date out a long time ago. You said, yeah, I'll have this time available. So here we are. I am coming off the heels of a 7-hour live stream of the Darrell Brooks, sentencing, which is following yesterday's like 9 hours of Darrell Brooks. It is the most insane thing. What's
more power to you, man.
What's the longest sentencing hearing you've ever seen?
I mean, the only one I've had exposure to is maybe 2 or 3 hours, But these high profile cases are just ridiculous, and especially when you have a lunatic. He's still pro se, right? So
yep, he's still pro se. He's still pro se, and the main thing though, like yesterday made some sense. Like an extended hearing made some sense. They had 36 victim impact statements to go through. You got 60 something victims. And a lot of them, though, are family members. So they get kind of combined. You're like, okay, this at least makes sense. Today did not make sense. Today, all you had are the three people speaking on behalf of Darrell Brooks. Not sure why he gets 3 people to speak on his behalf. My experience, you usually get like 1, but okay. So he gets 3 people to speak on his behalf. His mother, his grandmother, and this woman who he was friends with. I feel like she might have been one of his, like the mother of his first child or something like that. But then we go ahead and we move into his statements, which are eternal. It's like an hour and 45 minutes that he speaks on his behalf. And the judge just lets him go, just complete free form, lets him go. And it's like, dude, what are we doing here? And then the judge decides to deliver her comments. And we thought like that hour and 40 minutes of Darrell Brooks was too much, but the judge goes for 2.5 hours just talking and pontificating about the case, rehashing the victim impact statements that we just had heard the day before, but are still part of the same hearing, talking about each one of them. And it was like, why is this? Why is this real? Why is this going on? And then there was a little bit of a blow up from him, and it didn't stay forever, but it was so long.
So did he end up sentenced?
Yes, he did. Shockingly, the judge eventually did sentence him. She kicked him out of the courtroom for the sentencing. because he was being very belligerent. And then she finally is like, no, you forfeited your right. I'm not letting you back in, because he's like trying to get back in. He had gotten kicked out, come back in, gotten kicked out again. He tried to come back in. She didn't let him.
Did she end up using the Hannibal Lecter mask?
She should have.
The trolley?
She should have done that. She should have gagged him, in my opinion, and made him sit there. But, you know, whatever. She didn't. She sentenced him. He got the 6 consecutive life sentences, no parole. And then he got tacked on another, I don't know, 1,000-something years. 17 and a half years for the next like 61 counts. And then he had another couple counts with 15 years, I think. And then like another count with 8. But he got the maximum on everything. And it was all consecutive. There was a couple sentences that were concurrent with each other, but consecutive to everything else. But it was nuts. Anyway, I hated it. I was supposed to do a whole bunch of stuff today, as far as the show. So I was supposed to, today is my 5th year anniversary of creating content.
Wow.
So I was going to do a whole stream of that, because I thought that the sentencing was going to be, I don't know, 2-3 hours today tops. And so I thought I'd have time to do a stream between with that. And that didn't happen. Because it was too long, and I had some other stuff I had to do. Plus I had to get a little nap in myself, because I'm apparently old and need sleep sometime in the world. But anyway, but yeah, so you're just riding the motorcycle around. Are you on your way back home then?
Not yet. I'm going to spend a day down here in Fredericksburg, Texas, which is where I'm at right now at an Airbnb. I'll ride around tomorrow, just enjoying the hill country, and I'll start heading back home on Friday. Saturday I should be home.
Fredericksburg, you said it's near Austin?
Yep.
You should consider, if you've never, I don't know if you've ever been. Have you ever been to Lockhart, Texas?
I don't know.
It's not very far from Austin.
East or west?
East, maybe. Hold on. Lockhart, Texas. Let me pull up. We'll pull up the map here. Oh, south. Here, I'll show you. Here we go. And then eventually, I guess we could talk about like law stuff or something. So here's Austin. Lockhart's right down here. This place. So I don't know where Fredericksburg is.
Let's see. Oops.
But it's almost like a suburb, but it's a little bit out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you just go down like 183 here or whatever. Anyway, Lockhart has like some of the best barbecue on the entire planet, just in this tiny little town. And I think they have like 3 or 4 of the top 20 Texas pitmasters right in this little strip of downtown. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
I see it. All right. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I don't really have a ride planned for tomorrow. I was going to see what time I woke up after this circus.
Oh, yeah. I recommend Black's Barbecue is my favorite down there. Well, it's the, I shouldn't say it's my favorite. It's the one I've had most, but it's they have the hell. Oh, you can get a beef long rib. It's a whole smoked beef rib. You know, it's like this long, meaty, like 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds.
It sounds like love.
It is so good. It's God, I wish I was in Lockhart right now. But yeah, that would be if you're looking for something to do. It's also I think you take one of those toll roads where the speed limit cranks way up, and you get to just fly down there. So that's fun.
Yeah, not a lot of speed enforcement out here, I've noticed, which is great.
Yeah, why bother? It's the middle of nowhere. Like
Yep.
once you get out of the city, there's just nothing. So just let people go, in my opinion. There's no one to run into.
Yes, folks, I'm on the motorcycle. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I would have flown in like a normal human being.
Have you been, so are there any news stories or cases or anything you've been following lately?
No, not really. I mean, we had of course, we did the Dean Cummings thing, which was
Right. That was the extreme
the New Mexico
skier.
case, right?
And
After
and
that,
he
there was another case, but it wasn't self-defense. I looked at it just a little bit. The guy who stabbed his girlfriend in the neck, he just got convicted. But it wasn't a self-defense case. I mostly do self-defense cases, so I'm waiting for the
okay.
next one of those to pop up.
What was the story of that case? Like, was his defense that it wasn't me, I didn't do it type thing?
I don't really know what his defense was. I never caught that part of the trial. It seemed indisputable that it was him. He was on camera everywhere. They found him hiding in bushes or something in the vicinity shortly after the event. So I'm not sure if they were going for. I think they might have been going for insanity. But
Oh, okay.
whatever, it didn't work. Whatever he was doing.
Yeah. So he's so he was super guilty. Good job on that guy, I guess.
Apparently, he'd stabbed the previous girlfriend in the neck.
Oh, so this is like a thing for him.
Yeah, and she survived, so she came in to testify. She actually had warned the new girlfriend, the new girlfriend and new wife, oh, whatever you do, don't let him stab you in the neck. But the warning went unheeded, I guess.
She just didn't listen.
Yeah. Women just can't talk to him.
Well, I guess he did. I mean, he found a way to communicate effectively twice, apparently. God, what a weirdo. Okay, hold on. We got a couple chats here. Cassie Mayron says, cheers to the victims that got the closest thing to justice they could get in a gay state with no death penalty. Cheers to you for the 17 and a half years you spent covering this today. That hearing, it was so long, Andrew. I'm sitting there dying. Like, why? Why are we still here? Judge, just sentence him. Just sentence him.
We need some new case law on this kind of pro se representation where the judge can just put a plastic garbage bag over the guy's head and duct tape it around his neck and call it a day.
What do you where are you on the death penalty? Are you pro death penalty?
It depends on how much of an asshole the guy is.
So yes is the answer.
I mean, on the one hand, certainly there's crimes that deserve it. There's no question about that. On the other hand, it's administered by the state. You can't trust those bastards. So,
right. But this one, like that, I'm in the same place. But there's like cases like Daryl Brooks. You're like, yeah, but like, I mean, we're not really asking many. Like, we're not confused on this one at all. Like, we're pretty solid that this guy did it and is a menace. So he could be put down. I'd be okay with that. I'd sleep easy on him.
I mean, what was his ultimate defense? That it wasn't him? That he wasn't him? Daryl Brooks wasn't Daryl Brooks?
He never actually raised his defense. I was hoping for his statement to go somewhere, but it was basically mental illness. You don't understand. There was no intent. I didn't plan this thing that happened. It was all passive. I mean, he did at one point kind of apologize and stuff, but it was very flaccid apology, and it all just boiled down to like, you know, you kept saying this was planned, this was an attack. It wasn't an attack, and it wasn't planned. It's like, okay, but you did drive over a bunch of people with your car. Like that really happened, and you caused horrific injuries and death to people. And he like never denied it, and he never seemed to have any sort of thing about it. It was so weird. It's like, this is your chance to at least tell your story about why you think you shouldn't be guilty, or why, even though maybe the facts are against you, the state should go easy on you. And it all came down to this sort of mental illness excuse, except the mental illness was kind of nondescript. I think his mom said he's been bipolar forever. And it's like, okay, but bipolar people don't run over parades.
So what's the over under on him surviving in general population, given how annoying he is?
You know, I think a lot of people, myself included, have kind of indulged the idea that he's going to have a really bad time in prison. I'm not so sure he is, though. Like,
Oh, I don't believe in this whole the prisoners are going to wield the ultimate justice in this case, like you see in the movies. And prisoners don't give a shit about that.
yeah,
But he's so annoying. He's going to be in a
Right.
cell with somebody. How's that guy going to put up with him?
yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on if he thinks his rap tracks are really good or whatever. So that would be it. But no, I think Daryl Brooks is going to be around for a very long time. But he is a little guy. He's not big. We've seen him now for quite a while. He's slender framed. He's not super tall, and so he's gonna have to be damn charming in prison to kind of get along with people. And I think the one saving grace of him is if he finds, you know, an overtly black supremacist sort of group, they may take him in because he had a bunch of that sort of rhetoric on his had a bunch of that sort of rhetoric on his Facebook page and stuff like that. Those weren't facts in the case. They weren't made an issue at trial. But you know, if he blends in with those guys, then they'll probably take him in. He'll be protected in the same way that anybody else would, and he'll just kind of go on forever. I mean, he's going to be there forever. So, yeah, who knows? I don't know. Yeah. But enough of Daryl Brooks. Oh, the judge, it's technically not done even. The judge took so long, she did not rule on his motion to stay pending appeal, which I think he's got a good shot at.
Give him his driver's license back.
Yeah. It's like, nah, judge. Motion to stay pending appeal. The state wrote a response and was ready to argue it today. And the judge's like, no, let's wait till I actually sign the order. It's like, why are you going to argue this? Why are you even having a hearing? You're not going to grant a stay on a guy who's just convicted of 6 murders and 70 assaults. What are we talking about? Just deny it. Just deny the motion on paper. It doesn't matter.
File a motion for a new trial. Judge, can we do this all over again?
But anyway, man. So that's it. I mean, I've been trying to follow like these stories, and there's all sorts of weird shit going on in the world. And I never know what to cover anymore. It's I feel like when you try to cover anything, it's just fucking depressing.
Hey, did you watch that Trump speech the other night? Last night, was it?
I watched like 30 minutes of it. 25 minutes, 30 minutes. What do you think? So he's officially announced his run. What do you think about it?
I think it's a mistake. I voted for the guy twice. When he got elected the first time, I was jumping up and down on my couch. I was so happy. I thought he was a great president for the first 2 years. Then he got run over by the COVID train. But last night he looked tired.
He did. He sounded tired.
I've seen him speak in person 4 times, and he was always very high energy, like we're accustomed to. But last night was like watching a different guy.
Yeah. No, I got that same sentiment. I'm like, okay, he's making some okay points. He's saying some of the right things, but he's got no spark to it. It's just, we had a great economy, wonderful economy. There's never been one like it in the history of America. Tremendous economy. And then Joe Biden comes along, and there it goes, right out the window. Joe doesn't know how to run anything. He's made a lot of mistakes, lots of mistakes. Like when he showed up in Ohio, said, "Welcome to Florida. I love Florida." It's bad. That's a bad one, Joe. And I was like, dude, where's your energy? You could be dropping bombs on this guy, and you're just like, lollygagging through the whole thing. It was, yeah. I wasn't.
It was a lot of looking in the rearview mirror. It was a lot about talking about the past, and it was all true. I mean, there's nothing he's saying really that's incorrect, but that's not what motivates people talking about the past. What motivates people is talking about the future, and there wasn't a lot of that. At least it didn't feel like it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like a lot about the future. I think he wants. I get his sentiment though, because things changed pretty dramatically, with the change in presidents, and I think he's just trying to draw that distinction in the parallel with him. So someone said, weren't you just saying he's too over the top? No, I don't think I've ever said Trump was too over the top. There's a bunch of people who are rubbed the wrong way by Trump's sort of social media presence, by his demeanor. That wasn't me being rubbed the wrong way, but there are a bunch of Republicans who are turned off by him. I don't think it's because he's quote unquote over the top. I think it's because he's blunt. And some people are very uncomfortable with politicians who are just blunt.
Well, also the way these things work is you have if you have a popular, successful GOP politician, the mainstream media just wages a relentless propaganda campaign against that guy, and grinds him down to the point where they just build up so much public toxicity towards the person. It doesn't mean it's true; it's all just propaganda, but the toxicity is real, and it makes it almost impossible to elect that person.
Right, and the problem is it's coming from both sides. There are just a number of high-profile Republicans whose support for Trump is tepid at best, if they have any. And there's a bunch of people who are openly against him. And I personally, I still think that DeSantis would make with a Trump endorsement. And unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to come. But I think if DeSantis got a Trump endorsement, it'd be in the fucking tank. I think he'd win handily.
I think that's the role Trump ought to be playing here, is kind of an elder statesman to elder kingmaker kind of role to DeSantis, and hopefully he'll be smart enough to go that route, because this does not look to me to be productive. Trump running independently for president again.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. There's still a lot of time. I mean, 2 years is a really, really long time before we actually get to that. So what are you drinking tonight, man? What do you got? What's in the hopper?
Got a Texas Hill Country Sauvignon Blanc.
Oh, you're drinking the wine. I see. I've got this new bottle of Yellow Spot Irish whiskey.
All right.
That I'm going to open up. Oh yeah, you're not a big whiskey drinker in general.
No, I would last about 10 minutes on the stream if I was drinking whiskey. And then people would be telling funny stories about me the next day.
That's never happened.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Let's see. Hold on. We'll get this going. Yeah, I gotta grab a. Damn it. Okay, here we go. Let me read this from the Dragon's Treasure. The T-Man says, I forgot today's Knicks 5-year anniversary, so I'm extending today's one-day only coupon code. That's right. I'm extending penis until noon tomorrow. Use penis at the Dragon's Treasure for 12% off. That's 1% for every inch. This is the dumbest advertisement I've ever done. Please buy. That's from the dragonstreasure.com, guys. If you like anime or tea or just being retarded, you can shop at the dragonstreasure.com. Truly, like, jokes aside, truly magnificent tea. Very excellent product. The guy does really good work. So give him a shot. Oh, Yellow Spot's good. God, it's good. But okay. And Ola Kyle says, have you followed the Delphi murders at all? It could be a huge trial. They have a court date next week that would be popular to cover if it's live streamed. No, I haven't really looked at it. Have you followed?
What is that?
The Delphi murders?
No, I don't know it.
Let's see what
that Instagram model killing looks like. It might be interesting.
Yeah, that one. I don't know what you read on that. I think she's definitely guilty of murder.
It would be. I think if we put her on the stand, we're going to get an Amber Heard type of testimony. But we'll see. I mean, she looks super pretty, so probably super crazy, and we'll have to see what the evidence develops. But they had that video of her beating the crap out of that guy in the elevator.
I think she's going to rely on being pretty and trying to convince the jury that she was at very much risk from her angry black boyfriend, and that is, I think she's going to have to play on a lot of prejudices to try and pull this one off, because it doesn't look like self-defense from the stuff I've seen. But who knows? It's always interesting what comes up at trial. So here's the Delphi murders real quick. The suspected killer in the Delphi murders made a shocking admission years ago that was forgotten by cops until now. Police have revealed Richard Allen was arrested on October 26th and then charged 2 days later with the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams that took place in February of 2017. Oh God, they're young.
Oh, 2 children.
Let's see. They went missing on the last day of a 4-day winter break when they went hiking through the woods near Indiana's historic Monon High Bridge. So let's see. A police source recently revealed to iTeam8 that Allen was in the area of the killings and the day of the girl's murder. Suspect allegedly told a state conservation officer that he was in the area that day, but his report could have been considered unfounded. Right after Abby and Libby's death, Allen went to the officer and said he was on Monon High Bridge that afternoon, but that he didn't see the girls, according to the source. They recently stumbled upon this forgotten shred of evidence when they asked a team of detectives to look over the case files. So they forgot that this guy admitted to being where the girls disappeared, I guess.
Well, that wouldn't seem enough, really, but
yeah, but if whatever else they have going on, is the question, right? Like whatever other evidence they had against this guy, this just came up as another thing to reinforce it. So
I mean, he looks guilty. I would definitely shave that beard if I were him, but that's not a legal argument.
Let's see. He recently, he was going pro se, but then he just begged for a public defender, I think.
Yeah, well, thank God.
Yeah. So it'll be less.
He watched the Darrell Brooks trial. He's like, oh, this shit's hard.
So we'll see. I haven't been following this one, but it hasn't actually started yet. The one that's been going on right now is Danny Masterson. That's the big trial. That's not a murder trial, though. That's a rape trial that involves Scientology. Did you ever watch that 70s show?
No. I mean, I'm aware it exists, but I've never seen an episode.
The one guy with the curly hair who always wore the shades, his name was Hyde. That's Danny Masterson.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so it's an actor, and his like ex-girlfriend came out and accused him of rape, and then some other, as tends to happen when one person accuses another, as tends to happen recently when a female accuses a high-profile male of rape. It seems like there's other ones that come out with a similar story, and I don't know how to think about that, because you never know, like, okay, wait, is this a legit thing, or is this a grab onto this issue thing? Like, what's going on here?
I mean, let's preface all this by saying rape is terrible, should never happen, and should be severely punished under the law, right?
Right.
Rape is not a good thing. But it seems odd that a lot of these women, they don't realize that they were raped until they're dumped out of the relationship. So, who knows? I mean, they were in a relationship and everything was, there were no complaints until years later.
Yeah, I don't know. All this stuff is confusing to me. Because it's like, I think there should be, I think statutes of limitation exist for a reason. And in a lot of these cases, they don't for sexual assault. But sexual assault is one of the hardest things to prove on a decaying timeline. You don't have good evidence. You end up just having one person's story from whenever.
And what's the guy supposed to say? It didn't happen that way?
I didn't do it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's basically his defense, I believe. DUI guy has been there covering it in court in person. And apparently he says that he's going to be guilty. So pretty interesting to see. But I haven't followed along. A lot of cases, it's weird. It's like a bunch of stuff will hit at the same time that I would like to cover. And that was one that I'd be interested to cover. It involves Scientology as well. So like maybe that's why it didn't come out, because sort of the culty aspect of that. I have no idea. So
Yeah, it would be nice if they paced out these trials on a more reasonable basis
if they just asked
to
these
accommodate my
streamers what,
schedule.
right, what I would like to cover, that would be lovely.
Right, like one a quarter is plenty.
Oh shit.
And then I guess we have the dumpster trial, whenever the hell that might happen. They keep pushing that back months at a time.
Yeah, it's supposed to be early next year. Because that's the one I'm most excited for, because it's got all the hallmarks of making a great trial. Like you have very dramatic thing. You have two characters who are accused. They're father-son duo, straight out of deep Texas, and every witness is going to be there. You have
straight out of the gay version of Dukes of Hazzard.
you have a dead victim who is pretty imminently unlikable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy just like he was not in a place where it was like, yeah, I'm very sympathetic to this victim because he seems like an asshole too. So it's got, and you don't really care how it turns out. I don't care if these guys are guilty or not at the end of the day. I just want
that guy had a chest tattoo that says bullet catcher. I mean, he was just looking to get shot. Not saying him getting shot was lawful.
No,
it's not like he was trying to avoid it.
Yeah, it seems,
and lots of legal issues. Mutual combat, self-defense, reasonable perception. There'll be plenty to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my initial read of that case though is I was like, well, that's a murder. But now I do think after watching it several times that it's self-defense. I think they have a good case for it, or a pretty good case. Plus, I mean, when you consider the facts, if you
provocation with intent will be another one. Another legal doctrine be in play.
Yep, that's going to be a big issue. Did him saying take your swing, was that an invitation that then nullifies his self-defense thing?
Yep.
But it's also
jury selection is going to be everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and because see, that's the other element. The unspeakable element is this is a Texas jury in Abilene, Texas. Or wait, are they in Amarillo? I think they're in Amarillo. But
Is that where they are? I just came through Amarillo on the motorcycle. Man, Amarillo, no offense, folks, if you live in Amarillo, it's a shithole. That place is bad. I mean, when I arrive in a town on the bike, before I get to my hotel, I'll gas up so I have a full tank of gas when I leave in the morning. I just rolled right through 3 gas stations because I didn't want to get in a gunfight that night.
This was okay. This was Abilene. This is Abilene.
Abilene. Okay.
But yeah, I don't think I don't know that you had much difference there, frankly. But yeah, so it's Abilene, Texas. It's deep Texas. The question is that going to translate into a much more sympathetic jury to these guys, or is it not?
I mean, we had that porch shooting case in Texas, right? Where I can't remember the people's name now, but they got into a dispute over a custody transfer thing. And one guy was standing on a porch, got thrown off the porch, got shot by the other guy. Didn't look like a good shoot to me, but they put it in front of a grand jury in Texas, and the grand jury in Texas was like, well, if he didn't want to get shot, he shouldn't have been there, basically.
Right. And that could be the issue here. It's like, and that's with the dumpster defenders specifically. The question is, I guess, did they provoke it? But at the same time, in the context of that provocation, and I think this would be part of the strategy of the defense is to say, I mean, yeah, they said take your swing, but he also said, you need to back off. If you come anywhere near me, I'm going to kill you because I'm scared of you, and you need to back up. And then the guy's like, fine, I'm going to do it. And he's like, fine, take your swing, but I've warned you now that this is going to happen. Maybe less of a provocation and more of just like a statement like, hey, you've been warned, buddy. Calm down, back off. This is not a thing. So I'm very interested to see how that goes. I did pull up this story. Maybe we could talk about, because this seems to happen. It seems to hit a headline once a year or so. Suburban mom handcuffed and jailed for making an 8-year-old son walk half a mile home. And then Heather Wallace pled guilty to child endangerment and can no longer work with kids. So her oldest son, 8-year-old Aiden, was driving his two brothers crazy in the car as they all returned from karate one afternoon on October. Wallace asked Aiden to walk the rest of the way home, half a mile in quiet suburban Waco, Texas, so that he could calm down. Well, I mean, it depends what part of Waco you're in before you call it quiet suburban. Like Waco has, 35 runs right through it. It can be kind of urban there, but who knows? For this, she was arrested, handcuffed, and thrown in jail.
FBI might show up and burn down a building. You never know.
That's true. She was arrested, handcuffed, and thrown in jail. She was charged with endangering a child, a felony carrying a mandatory minimum of 2 years in prison.
Felony what?
Carrying a mandatory minimum 2 years in prison.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Really brought us into deep trauma, says Wallace. She is finally able to speak out after completing a 6-month pre-trial diversion program to get the charges dropped, but her arrest remains on the books, easily searchable by employers, which is disastrous for someone with a bachelor's degree in education. Here's how it unfolded. Aiden agreed to walk home. After all, it was something he had done many times. There are sidewalks the entire way and practically zero traffic. But 15 minutes later, 2 cops knocked on Wallace's door. Her son was in their patrol car. Another officer was parked across the street. A woman 1 block away had called the cops to report a boy walking outside alone. That lady had actually asked Aiden where he lived, verified that it was just down the street, and proceeded to call nonetheless. Cops picked him up on his own block. As they stood on the porch, the officers told Wallace that her son could have been kidnapped and sex trafficked.
Well, come on. Well, that's always true, right? He could be playing in the front yard and have that happen.
See, that's an insane. If it's child endangerment, and there's I don't even know what you would need
it's a
to
completely
knowingly.
It's a speculative threat. It's a speculative danger. It's not like the kids out front playing with a running chainsaw.
Right. And it's not like you have them walking down a freeway or something, or they're out in the middle of the night, or it's too cold or something crazy. Like there's, again, this is criminal negligence requires recklessness. And if they're saying, oh, he could have been sex trafficked, quote, you don't see much sex trafficking where you are, but where I patrol in downtown Waco, we do. But you're not in downtown Waco.
So Steve Gosney had a case like this. He did an appeal on it, I think. I don't remember how it turned out, but did he talk to you about it?
Yeah, they won.
So that was
it was
case where the drunk father, I guess, was walking his kid down the street. And the cop came up behind him and took offense and charged him with all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I think about this. Someone says, I want my, who was it in my chat here? Said, my kid walks alone half a mile to school. I walked 3/4 of a mile to school every day and back home, summer, winter, or like spring, fall, winter, didn't matter. I walked all the time. I never took the bus in elementary school. I guess I wasn't 8, but I was 9. Like, and then I was 10. It's not that different. And it was in a suburb of the Twin Cities. I walked every day. And my friends and I walked everywhere. Like we either walked or rode a bike all over the place. A half mile is nothing.
But if she went into a diversion program, she pled. So
yeah, she pled guilty. But the question is mandatory minimum 2 years or plead guilty to the diversion, complete the 6-month probation and not go to prison.
But have forever. It on your record forever.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. The statement struck her as odd. They were basically admitting that this is a safe neighborhood. The officer then asked Wallace whether she would let her son walk home again now that she knew about the sex trafficking. So don't answer that question. Like, don't talk to these people. Do not talk to the police. Like, there's a sex trafficking area over there. Now that I've said that, would you let your son walk home again? Like, don't answer. It's not going to help you. I still don't know why. Still didn't know it was illegal. And I said, I don't know, says Wallace. That's when the cop replied, okay, I'm going to have to arrest you. So the police officer created a specter of risk by saying there was sex trafficking and then asking her if she would do it again. And then she's like, I don't know. And he's like, well, if you don't know, what if she would have answered no? Would he have not arrested her?
No, I wonder to what extent, too, part of this. I'd like to know how long this guy was on the force, because I'm seeing what's happening in a lot of departments with all this defund the police stuff is that every experienced street cop who can is getting off the street. They're getting academy jobs, headquarter jobs, public affairs jobs, anything where they don't run a risk of having to go hands-on with a suspect on the street and find themselves in a Derek Chauvin situation. And that means all those street cop jobs are being filled by guys who are on the job for like 6 months, 9 months, a year. And you're not getting a better tier of officer. It's like when they have expansion teams in sports. You double the number of baseball teams, the average quality of the players collapses because there just aren't that many people who can actually do that job. The same with police. Suddenly you have to hire 1,000 new street cops and they're on the force for less than a year. You're not going to get better decision-making out of those guys than you would out of someone who's been doing the job for 10 or 15 years.
Right. And that's the question. This is a question of questionable policing, outright stupidity, in my opinion. And this changing sort of concept of where the world, I guess, this fear that children are allowed to be away from home alone has shrunk dramatically. When I was a kid growing up in Houston, let's see. When I was a kid growing up in Houston, I mean, we ran all over the place as kids. No adult supervision. We had a whole neighborhood, and we would go anywhere in that neighborhood. We would go. I mean, we probably had about a mile radius that we would go out to, and this is in Houston, Texas, in the city limits. And it's just nutty. So. That nowadays you just can't. And I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's particularly unsafe now compared to the 80s. Like, am I crazy on that?
No, I mean, the only way to know for sure would actually be to look at the crime statistics. But of course, we have a different media environment now. So we don't just get a newspaper in the morning or at 5 p.m. and then the 10 o'clock news. We've got, 24/7, 365 exposure to constant threatening, click this link news all the time. So everyone's continuously being brainwashed by whatever the thing of the day is, and including threats to children. I mean, it's whatever will drive people emotionally to put eyeballs on a screen. It's terrible. We live in 1984. we live in a constant state of propaganda.
Yeah, propaganda and fear. You must be afraid of everything around you at all times. So here we go. He proceeded to so he's going to arrest her. He proceeded to do so in front of the kids, handcuffing her behind her back. By this point, the cops had allowed Aiden to get out of their car and called Wallace's husband, who arrived at home. They then put Wallace in the cruiser. She didn't have her shoes on. Cops told her the jail would provide a pair. It didn't. In the back seat, still handcuffed, Wallace was interviewed by a caseworker with Texas Child Protective Services. All in all, it was about 3 hours from the time the cop showed up to the time around 8:30 p.m. that they drove her to the McLennan County Jail where she was locked up. I'm a suburban mom. I didn't know what I was doing. I got booked at 4 a.m. So she has to wait 6 hours in jail before booking. The next day, her husband paid $300 bail and then went home. When Aiden heard his mom come in, he looked up and says, I ate a piece of your cake. He confessed, I didn't know you were ever coming home. Aw. That's the thing. This stuff is so arresting a parent in front of a child is extremely traumatic. And sometimes, it's merited and warranted, but like the kids are not used to having their parent taken away in a police car. They're not able to easily process that their parent maybe didn't do anything wrong. They don't have a concept of the presumption of innocence. Actually, a lot of times, and this is the real cruel thing, is kids have been conditioned to believe that police are on their side and that they're helpers and friends. And then they do this, and it just shatters their world.
And it should just reinforce to people that this whole criminal justice system, one, the key word is system, the next key word is criminal. It's a system designed to process criminals. And it does that fairly efficiently, but it's not well suited to processing non-criminals. So when someone who's not actually a criminal gets fed into the system, it's just a absolutely brutal experience.
Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, the trauma is something, yeah, that can't be overstated, in my opinion. So here we go. Child Services had the family agree to a safety plan, which meant Wallace and her husband could not be alone with their kids even for a second. Their mothers, the children's grandmothers, had to visit and trade off overnight stays in order to guarantee the parents were constantly supervised. After 2 weeks, Child Services closed Wallace's case, finding the complaint was unfounded. Wallace believes this could be due to the Reasonable Childhood Independence Law that Texas passed in 2021 with the help of Let Grow, the nonprofit I co-founded. Wait, okay, so Child Services closed their case, but she still got charged and pled guilty. Okay. Let's see. It's part of the HB 567, a larger child welfare reform bill, clarifies that parents are allowed to let their kids engage in independent activities as long as they aren't putting them in serious likely danger. I'm encouraged to see CPS follow the law the legislature enacted to protect parents from government interference and they make reasonable parenting decisions. Says Andrew Brown, who worked on the bill, but is amended only family law, not criminal law. Let's see. She obtained a lawyer who told her that if she admitted guilt, she could participate in a pretrial diversion program that would close the case. On the other hand, if she went to trial and lost, she faced a minimum 2 years behind bars, maximum 20. So she took the plea deal, which is, of course, how the plea system works.
Right. Of course.
Her diversion program required 65 hours of community service, which she completed at an early childhood center. Program mandated that she only work there during the weekends when there were no kids around for her to endanger. She helped develop the center's curriculum, and she also did some cleaning. Oh, my God. She was forced to resign from the pediatric sleep consulting business where she worked for the same reason, child endangerment. There went half the family's income. She found work at a cookie store instead. This is probably the same wage, Great American Cookie Company or whatever, right, versus a pediatric sleep consulting business. She also had to take a parenting class and 8 random drug tests. Ironically, that meant she sometimes had to leave the kids by themselves for an hour. We couldn't afford a babysitter. At the lab, she had to pull her pants and underwear down in front of a supervisor. Then I'd pee in a cup while they were watching. Wallace's sister started a GoFundMe for her. She's in debt after losing her job and paying for the lawyer and the diversion program. She also hopes to hire a lawyer to get her record expunged so that she can work with kids again. Good luck.
Good luck.
It's 10 years. You pled guilty to a felony. It's going to be 10 years to get that thing removed. But in her pretrial essay, which required her to admit guilt and remorse, Wallace thanked the officers for teaching her how wrong she was to have her son walk half a mile on a warm day in his own neighborhood. From now on, Wallace wrote, I will continue to grow more as a parent and a person.
Right, because you're going to say whatever you need to say to not do 20.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to have an involved government, isn't it?
And Karen neighbors.
No kidding. Oh my gosh. Have you been following this FTX thing? The collapse of crypto and all that weird stuff going on?
I'm aware of it. The guy took in billions of dollars and gave 10% back to the big guy in the form of the Democrat Party and then collapsed the day after the midterms. That guy?
Yeah, that one.
I mean, it's just another money laundering scheme. It's just like Ukraine. It's just like climate change. It's just the left is good at setting up these massive money laundering schemes where usually they're taking money from taxpayers to do it. I guess this guy suckered in, I don't know, private investors. Oh no, he took in a lot of that Ukraine money, right? The money went to Ukraine from taxpayers, U.S. taxpayers, and then it got funneled to him, and then it got funneled to Switzerland and to whatever, the usual suspects.
Yep, it got funneled, to Switzerland, and then right back into Democrat Party donations, so that they could take more tax money, of course. Oh my goodness. Here we go. So this is good. National feminist organizations break their silence on Amber Heard in an open letter of support, and this is only a matter of time, right?
What date is this?
This is today, I think.
Oh my God.
November 16th. Yeah.
She looks like she stepped on a bee.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh my God. She looks like the mother of the woman who was so hot 20 years ago.
Let's see. The letter denounces the rising misuse of defamation lawsuits to silence people who report domestic and sexual abuse. I guess it's misuse if you win against a female. I guess that maybe that's what it is.
And I guess Johnny's suing her for the judgment she won.
Yes. Well, he's appealing. He's appealing the $2 million judgment because it was bogus. Like, right. There weren't facts to establish any part of it. Specifically, the agency required was not established at all at trial.
It was obviously just a plea deal by the majority of jurors. Like, all right, we got to get out of here.
Yes, this is going on too long. And I think the jurors even said there was basically one holdout, and they're like, what do you need? What do you need? And it seemed like they didn't even put an amount down initially. They just like had given her a win. Right. And
the judge sent it back. I need a dollar amount.
Let's see. So more than 130 people, including Gloria Steinem. Oh, perfect. And organizations in the field of women's rights, advocacy, and domestic violence and sexual assault awareness have signed an open letter to support Amber Heard, who lost a defamation suit this year brought by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, for an op-ed in which she said she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. The letter, which was exclusively shared.
She said more than that.
Which was exclusively shared with NBC News ahead of its public release Wednesday, was signed by groups like National Organization for Women, National Women's Law Center, Equality Now, and Women's March Foundation. It was written by a group of people who identify as domestic violence survivors and supporters of Heard. So I did pull it up. How many? What is this letter? Oh God.
It looks exactly what you'd expect a letter written by a bunch of women to look like. Noisy.
Four short paragraphs and then a bunch of branding.
Right.
Oh, the Mary Sue's in there. You know it's good. Perfect. Here we go. 5 months ago, the verdict in the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard deeply concerned many professionals in the field of intimate partner and sexual violence. As many, including A.O. Scott for the New York Times, have noted, the vilification of Ms. Heard and ongoing online harassment of her and those who have voiced support for her have been unprecedented in both vitriol and scale. No, not really. Not at all, honestly. And there isn't ongoing online harassment of Amber Heard because she doesn't have to engage it. Like, people are expressing their opinions about Amber Heard. That's all that's going on. And and now it's a thing. Now that's harassment. Is if you say anything about anyone, it's now harassing. Much of this harassment was fueled by disinformation, misogyny, biphobia, and a monetized social media environment where a woman's allegations of domestic violence and sexual assault were mocked for entertainment.
It's like when you run into one of these academics and they can only talk in 5-syllable words and not actually express any concepts in plain English. It's all propaganda.
The same disinformation and victim blaming tropes are now being used against others who have alleged abuse.
By the way, who's against hot chick biphobia? We're all for it. Everyone's for that. What's wrong with you people?
It's yeah, it's really weird because yeah, I mean at some level I don't think anybody care like I guess there's someone out there somewhere who might care that Amber Heard is into men and women. But I mean, the joke isn't that she's bi. The joke is that she's lesbian, but she's really attracted to wallets. I mean,
Right.
that's the real joke because she always seems
It's
to,
wallet philia.
yeah, it's like she's always dating a man when he's got a bunch of money, and when she's not with a man with a bunch of money, then she's dating, then she ends up with a woman.
She's got a side chick.
Yeah, basically. Oh my gosh. I was trying to do something here. Never mind. Getting too distracted. So here we go. In our opinion, the Depp versus Heard verdict and continued discourse around it indicate a fundamental misunderstanding of intimate partner and sexual violence and how survivors respond to it. The damaging consequences of the spread of this misinformation are incalculable. We have grave concerns about the rising misuse of defamation suits to threaten and silence survivors. And then finally, we condemn the public shaming of Amber Heard and join in support of her. We support the ability of all to report intimate partner and sexual violence free of harassment and intimidation.
As long as it's not a guy doing it.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, because that's the whole thing. I mean, Johnny Depp, that was the whole point of the trial was no, you were the intimate partner violencer. Amber Heard, you were the bad one.
It's recorded. They played the recordings in the trial.
These are details.
She's hitting him.
These are details, Andrew. It's crazy. Here we go. So back to this. Yeah, the letter which was exclusively shared ahead of its release. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Heard filed a brief last month laying the groundwork to appeal a 7-person jury's decision in Virginia's Fairfax County Circuit Court to award Depp $10 million in compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive damages in June. Heard, who had countersued, was awarded $2 million in compensatory damages, but nothing in punitive. Although the Washington Post essay never mentioned Depp by name, Depp's attorney said it indirectly referred to allegations Heard made against him during their 2016 divorce. Yet obviously it did. And everybody who read that letter knew exactly who she was talking about. During the trial, she testified in graphic terms about a sexual assault she alleged, as well as allegations of incidents of physical abuse. Depp denied all allegations of abuse.
Well, except when she wasn't.
Depp denied all the allegations of abuse against her, where he abused her, but he made tons of allegations about abuse that he suffered at her hands and showed evidence of it. That was the thing. He had evidence. She didn't. She had a story, and her story was so ridiculously graphic. And anybody listening goes, how you lived through that is actually a confusing thing to me.
You know, it's like that old detective show Columbo, where he always had to break down these rich people who'd orchestrated a murder or something in a very clever way, and he always caught them. Amber Heard is like the retard version of that. Like this former stripper tries to orchestrate a sexual assault, false claim against someone, but she just fucks it up so bad that it's easily exposed, even by Johnny Depp, who I think we'd agree may be a wonderful actor, but is not exactly at the top of the intellect scale, given the drug and alcohol abuse. She couldn't pull it off. That's a knock on Amber.
Well, she couldn't pull it off, and one of the reasons she couldn't pull it off, which was just brought up by my locals chat, by the way, was the fact that they used the same picture to describe 2 different incidents as evidence in the trial, which is overtly deceptive by the team. And
that little orchestrated photo they had with the little, like the Johnny Depp ring or coffee mug or whatever it was, and the line of cocaine. It's like, folks, I've known a lot of people who've done cocaine. No one who does cocaine cuts a line and walks away and leaves it there. And that's not what happens. The line gets sucked up before they leave.
Right. I'll save this one for later.
Right now.
Hold on.
So the dog can get it.
Right. So the fan can turn on anything. It's just and they didn't even bring up all of the different pictures that she actually had of that, where the stuff on the table is like changing and shifting around because she's just taking it and trying to frame it just right and like move everything to get the perfect shot. They had a bunch more pictures that were not introduced as evidence at trial, but were in the the evidence releases that came out. And it's like, she staged that picture. The whole purpose of that picture was the staging. So here we go. Let's see, the letter, which denounces the rising misuse of defamation lawsuits to silence people who report domestic and sexual abuse, is one of the biggest public shows of support for Heard after months of silence from many groups after the verdict. Representatives for both Depp and Heard declined to comment. The jury's decision was a legal vindication for Depp, who lost a libel case in the UK 2 years ago over claims that he had physically abused Heard. Justice Andrew Niccol ruled against Depp in 2020, saying a British tabloid had presented substantial evidence to show that Depp was violent against Heard on at least 12 of 14 occasions.
They never mentioned that the UK suit was between Depp and the media, not between Depp and Heard.
Right. And that
wasn't a win for Heard. That was a win for the media in the UK.
Yeah, it was, and it's a completely different case because you've got them relying on Amber Heard's statements. And can they reasonably rely on her statements? Well, sure. The news reasonably relies on statements all the time from people because the expectation is that they're not lying about what they say when it's, something that has so much gravity to it.
The question is not, is it true? The question is, can the media rely on the claim that it's true? Those are two very different questions.
Exactly. Let's see. After the June verdict, activists called out other groups like Time's Up, asking why an organization that had championed victims at the height of Me Too was now silent, because Amber Heard was the least likable, defendant they could find. Like, she was terrible on the stand, and the deception was overt and constant. Like, why would anyone listen to her?
And I think it's kind of a reverse. It's like a reverse red pill thing, like with Tom Brady. So the red pill guys, these MGTOW guys, that whole community out there who's like, you can never make women happy no matter what. They're never happy no matter what you do. Look at Tom Brady, right? He's Giselle Bundchen, however you pronounce her name. Even Tom Brady was not good enough for her. Well, I think a lot of women out there, they look at Amber Heard, it's like, holy crap, if Amber Heard can't get away with a false sexual assault allegation, how would I ever get away with a false sexual assault allegation? So I better back her up 100% if I ever am going to have a hope of making my false sexual assault allegation.
Yeah, it's wild. And the Tom Brady thing, man, I was reading, so they had a big prenup, and what was crazy is that she's worth more than him.
Yeah, and I know that because my wife tells me every week.
Like
a lot more, not just a little more.
Yeah, because his assets were 333 million, and hers were over 400 million. Right. And it's like, God, it's a lot of money. Between the two of them, obviously a huge amount of money. But then when you start to think about it, and it's weird because for either of them, sure, they had high paying careers, high profile, but it's not the careers that do it, right? Tom Brady doesn't make $333 million playing football. He makes it off of endorsement deals. He makes it off of a whole bunch of other stuff, wise investments, probably other, sub businesses that he owns and starts and stuff like that. And same with Giselle. She has all this stuff, and you never like really hear about that until there is something like a divorce where that stuff comes out. But that was really eye-opening for me. I was like, I didn't realize that she was worth so much money. I figured he would be worth a lot, but I thought he would be worth more than her. I didn't know to what degree, but I didn't think he was worth 333 million either.
Well, yeah, that's as you say, that's all endorsements. I mean, he was really underpaid for many years when he was playing for the Patriots, because he kept a lower paying position, so he'd be in the best position to get another Super Bowl ring. Um, that was the leverage they used on Tom Brady. I mean, we have a quarterback. I don't really follow football, folks, but I live in Colorado, so I know we have a quarterback here in Denver who they paid $250 million to, and the guy can't win a game. I mean, it's unbelievable. Apparently, they decided to pay $250 million to a guy who's way past his prime. And now the Denver Broncos are having an absolute debacle of the season. I haven't watched the game. I only know this from the headlines being reported in the local Denver news. But, there's a lot of money at play here, even without the endorsements, even for guys who can't throw a ball.
I am getting roasted a little bit in the chat because I forgot. I just said, wise investments or whatever. Tom Brady was hugely invested in FTX. He just lost a shitload of money. I wonder how much he was in, if they'll say how deep he was in FTX. Let's see.
So he might have to go back to Giselle.
Hey, babe. Let's see. What do we got? So 8 days ago, NFL legend Tom Brady caught in FTX fallout, risked losing complete strategic investment.
I know he did like internet commercials with that guy, but I don't know how much money he actually had with him.
Yeah, let's see. I want to see if they have it. Yeah, Bitcoin's down to 16.5. Damn.
I guess I missed the window to invest in Bitcoin.
Well, I guess theoretically it could go up again. Let's see. Does it say? I'm trying to find. Let's see. Brady's comeback story was not a remarkable one. So far, he's off to his worst start since 2002. Blah, 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 blah. Brady's net worth is estimated to be around 250 million pre-crypto. I mean, it was 333 in their filing. Though it's not sure if that estimate includes her holdings in euros, in which blah, 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 blah. Okay, it doesn't say how much Tom Brady was into that investment, so it's hard to say. They're both named in the lawsuit, in the class action lawsuit against FTX. So that could be a disaster for them too, depending on how that goes. So who knows? Critical Salt Theory 208 says, thank you, Nick, for covering Daryl's sentencing. Judge Jen said what needed to be said. Yeah, she did, but she just also said too much. One of the things that was also kind of unsettling in that for me was when she, after each of the 6 murder sentences, she paused for applause from the gallery, which is a little weird. Like she said, for whatever, she did the yeah, no, it was like, sentence you to life without the possibility of parole on behalf of, and then named the victim who is dead. And then the gallery applauded. And then after that, she had to read the next 61, which were the assault charges. And so after the 6th one, she's like, and I'll have to ask the people to not react, in the gallery.
Well, that is inappropriate.
Yes, it just should have happened after the first one, in my opinion. Like she had them applaud through 6 of them. It was so weird. It just felt weird.
Well, it doesn't feel like justice anymore.
Yeah, it feels like a show. And the guy's a complete scumbag. I don't want any sympathy. Like, I don't want to feel any sympathy for him. I don't want to feel like the state did anything wrong. I just want her to go away.
No, listen, if they had
to go away.
If they had sentenced the guy to death by stoning and then auctioned off the stones afterwards, I would have bought one.
Right.
This guy clearly deserves whatever can happen to him. But having people in the courtroom cheer after each sentencing announcement is just inappropriate.
Karamachet in my chat says, have you ever been in court, Rekieta Law? Yeah, plenty of times, including at sentencing hearings, and no one cheers. They don't get to cheer. If they cheer or react during sentencing, you go, and you don't have to go to court. Just watch them on TV or watch them on YouTube. If someone reacts or cheers at sentencing, they get thrown out. It's not appropriate. It's supposed to be a dispassionate and removed dispensing of justice, not a show. And I know it's all about healing for the community. That's all afterwards. The DAs get to hold all the press conferences in the world when they win like that and say, yep, we did this. We showed the city of Waukesha that justice really does exist, and it'll never heal. It'll never heal the loss of our community, the loss of our loved ones. But we can show that the justice system does work. It's a beautiful thing that we have in America to bring a killer like this to justice. He will never see the light of day again, and he will never be a danger of the people to Waukesha ever again. Like, they get to do that. They get to go on Fox and Friends or whatever show they want to go on and say all of those things over and over and over. And it's like, damn it. Like, that's where it's for. It's not for the courtroom. It's not for the courtroom. All right. Okay. Karamachet says they are state actors making this Amber support letter, creating divisions in culture so the people focus on men versus women instead of how the elites are fucking them in the ass. What do you think about that, Andrew? The idea that all of this culture stuff is fomented so that we don't pay attention. Yeah. So that we don't pay attention to the government and fighting them, right?
Yeah, we're all fighting ourselves, either on gender or race or sexual preference, or it's the classic progressive intersectionality playbook. If you chop people up into little separate tribes, then all the tribes will fight each other, and then the elites can do whatever they want because the little people below them are all busy biting at each other's ankles. Of course, it's nonsense, but it works. I mean, I got to say, the elites are winning. So
yeah, they're really good. They're really good at driving those wedges very strategically against us. It's fucking annoying. Actually.
I mean, just look at all the reasonably intelligent women we know, you and I know, who are just full on board with this whole feminist program, even though it's clearly leading them off the cliff to poverty and decades of despair and loneliness. But they're fully on board. It's amazing how powerful it is.
Yeah, it's frustrating. What else do I have here? It's kind of funny. Like, I'm so worn out from the Darrell Brooks thing that I don't have like this. I don't even have anything to be mad at today. It's all just lunacy going on in the world. Here we go. This is some culture stuff, some pop culture. John Leguizamo calls out non-diverse Super Mario Brothers casting. It's going backwards.
Did he not get a role or something?
No, he was in the original one. He was
but
Luigi.
not the new one.
Right. Look at how terrible he looks. John, you're looking. I never noticed his face was so like asymmetrical. But
it looks like he's at work.
Might have. That could be. So he's saying "Mamma Mia" to the new super. Leguizamo seems pretty Italian, right?
No, he's Puerto Rican, I think.
Is he? I have no idea. Well, I figured because he was making. Oh yeah, his name is Peleas, and yeah, he's born in Colombia.
Okay, well,
so he's Colombian.
A step below Puerto Rico.
Jesus. No, but so why is he complaining? Like, he's not Italian either. So his whole complaint. So Leguizamo, who played Luigi in the '93 live action film opposite Bob Hoskins as Mario. Bob Hoskins, was he super? That's you know what? If that's not an Italian name, I don't know what is. And so Bob Hoskins is English from the UK. Gotcha. Perfect.
In the chat, Carlito's Way was not a good movie. It was only a good movie because today's movies suck so bad. So compared to today's movies, it was okay.
Yeah, I've never seen Carlito's Way. Is Leguizamo in that?
I believe so. And Al, the Godfather guy,
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino,
Yeah,
is the lead.
Leguizamo, who played Luigi in the '93 live action film opposite Bob Hoskins' Mario, exclusively told IndieWire at the menu premiere in New York the casting is going backwards with the upcoming animated feature film Super Mario Brothers. The movie made waves after it was revealed that Chris Pratt would be playing Mario opposite Charlie Day's Luigi. Neither actor is of Italian descent. Neither of these actors are of Italian descent.
Didn't I just hear about a sign language interpreter for Broadway got fired because he was interpreting for a black character actor and he wasn't black himself?
I guess
maybe they could get that black guy who was doing the fake sign language thing at the Olympics. Remember that dude?
Yeah, that guy was great.
He was amazing. He should be president.
I love the sign language people that they get for like the president's speeches because they're amped up, like they're like dancing and doing the stuff, and they're like, and they're getting into it. And it's that one chick does it all the time. Like she's become like the famous.
It's
one.
like the Super Bowl. It's like this is my opportunity to make my mark. I can change the trajectory of history with my hands moving.
It's nuts. So he says, I'm OG. A lot of people love the original. Well, yeah, the original Mario. I love the original Mario Brothers movie. I did Comic-Con in New York and in Baltimore, and everyone's like, no, we love the old one, the original. Okay, so you're at Comic-Con and people are walking up to your table, John Leguizamo, to see you, and they're telling you how much they love the original. This doesn't seem like just a random sample of the United States. It seems like a pretty specific cross-section of people who liked you and are going to definitely say they like the original. But that's fine. I think the original is fantastic. They're not feeling the new one, like Leguizamo told IndieWire. I'm not bitter. It's unfortunate. The new one is an animated movie. It has nothing to do with the original. It doesn't infringe on it. I love Dennis Hopper as King Koopa in that movie. And I don't know though, Dennis Hopper, how would they cast King Koopa? Dennis Hopper is not a turtle. So they'd have to have Mitch McConnell play King Koopa, I guess.
I can't believe Dennis Hopper's still alive.
Is he?
Isn't he? No.
Can we fact check that real quick? Hold on. Dennis Hopper. No, he died in 2010.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's been dead a long fucking time.
No wonder I found it incredible.
He was born in 36. So yeah, he was getting up there in age. Oh my God. These people are just Leguizamo's The Menu co-star Anna Taylor-Joy voices Princess Peach in the upcoming animated revamp, with Jack Black as Bowser, Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong, and Keegan-Michael Key as Toad. Well, but that Toad isn't a black guy.
I can't believe you even know what these characters are. Jesus,
Well, I grew up with Super Mario.
No, I
right?
get it. I get it. It makes sense. I'm not blaming you or anything. It's just it just reminds me that I voted for Reagan.
Oh man, did you see that shooting, the police shooting the other day? They released the body cam footage. It was the guy with the knife. The officer has the stun bag. Or the stun shotgun, and the other guy, he puts him down there. He's been charged. The cop's been charged. Do you want to review that real quick?
Yeah, I don't think I know this. So he had a beanbag shotgun.
Well, one cop did, but the other cop just had his handgun.
Okay.
Let me see if I can suicide by cop charged. Shit. I gotta find where that story was. Fuck. Let me see if I can find the history on it. Oh God, this is going to be a disaster. I have so many tabs open all the time. Finding the right one. So this is today. This would have been this morning. Let's see. Early morning. Cop arrested. Oh, beautiful. Okay, we're not going to read the article on this one. I looked at it yesterday. I just want to go straight to the video. Okay, hold on. Well, let me pull this up. Oh, hey, what do you have this? What's this?
Hey, just want to crow a little bit. I got a notification from Amazon today. my book is number 28 bestseller in criminal law.
Hey,
Which is about as siloed as you could possibly get.
it's
I
pretty
guess.
siloed.
But I'll take the win.
That's awesome, man. Congrats.
Sure. I mean, I wrote the book years ago. They're just catching up now, but that's fine. I sent a copy to that lawyer chick. So.
Oh God, you would. That's fantastic. No, so is this the hardcover? Is on Amazon? No, it's paperback.
I don't know.
Oh, it says paperback there at the bottom on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
So wait, but people are
don't buy it there, folks. Don't buy the book from Amazon. They charge you, what is it, $23.95?
Yeah,
and shipping and handling. We'll ship you the book for free right there at that URL below my head. lawselfdefense.com/free book. Just saying, it's not just me that likes the book. Almost 1,200 reviews there, 5-star rating.
So it's a free book, but I think it's like $8 shipping or something like that.
Right,
or?
$8.95, I think.
Yeah, so you can go to Amazon and pay $24, or you can go to lawofselfdefense.com/free book and pay $8 of shipping. Why you do this? Why pay 3 times as much? But people do. So go check it out. Go check it out, guys. If you have not done that. Also, you gotta check out, of course, the platinum coverage or the platinum membership at lawofselfdefense.com. That's the only way you can get consulting services. If you are someone who carries or in other ways may end up defending themselves in a situation, that's something to consider. First of all, you get tons of knowledge about self-defense in every state, in any state that you may be traveling to or may be living in. Then after that, you get to after you make yourself as hard to convict as possible, if they do end up charging you, you can get the consulting services from Mr. Branca here for free if you are a platinum level subscriber, something that would cost significant amounts of money if you were to try and buy it. And you can't even buy it anymore. It's basically priceless.
Correct. That's absolutely right. But folks, if all you do is get the free book, that'll make you perfectly happy. Don't worry about it. If you get the book, in my experience, when people get the book, they do all the other stuff too.
So this video is 14 minutes long, and I don't want to watch all 14 minutes because it's really boring. And it involves a lot of talking. So it's really just this. This is where the dash cam footage starts at about 8 minutes in. So there's six minutes. Chat, this is a heads up and a warning. I don't like to catch people off guard with this. In about 6 minutes of video, there is a shooting that happens. A guy does get shot and killed on video. It's not particularly bloody, because shootings on camera are often not very bloody. They're actually kind of disturbing in how just quick and brutal and gross they are. Like, because the body just collapses.
Nick, before we start, can you chatter for just 1 minute? I'll be right back.
Of course. I can chatter for infinite minutes if you have to. Speaking of chatter, there's a lot of things that get said on this show that are not super important. There are lots of things and topics that we cover that don't matter. But what does matter is how hard you have worked for your future, your IRA or 401k. And birchgold.com is here to help you with that IRA and 401k by providing you information that is decidedly not chatter-worthy, but is much, much more informative and critical to your future. And that is to let you know how you can use a quote-unquote loophole in the IRS code to add gold or silver to your IRA or 401k. This is not meant to be an investment pitch. I'm not telling you that gold and silver are great investments for you. What I am telling you is that gold and silver may be a proper hedge against market volatility and inflation. And if that's the case, market volatility and inflation could wipe out, hundreds to thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars of your wealth overnight. Gold and silver can act as a hedge against that in some cases. Is it right for you? I don't know. It might be, but it might not be. Go to birchgold.com/knows, click on the green button, and then you will find out if you'll get the information required to help you make that decision on if it's the right move for you. If it's not, do not buy it. But if it is, Birch Gold Group can help you with adding that to your portfolio. And the the real important thing for me is that for whatever else it is, Birch Gold Group doesn't hate me. They don't hate free speech, and they don't hate you. They're really just interested in giving you information. They don't want to tell you what political stance to take. They don't want to judge you based on your sick memes on Twitter and remove you from their services. They just want to tell you about gold and silver and how that could potentially affect your future investments. So check it out, see if it's the right move. And if it is, give them a look. Give them a look. birchgold.com/knows. All right, here we go. Let's hit this thing.
Hey, step out of the car.
Could have ended right there.
Put the knife down.
Deputies continued to detain Ordaz at gunpoint in the street beside his car while continuing to refuse.
I don't want their input. Okay, so you can see in his right hand, he's got a knife. It's easy when you can see it against his thing. The brief background is he was sitting in a car with like his sister or something in the passenger seat, and he had the knife, and he said, I want to, I want to end it. I'm not, I don't like it. So then they the family of him called 911 because he was in crisis. So that's the background. He wasn't threatening any particular person other than himself. So that's the background of this video of this.
Sure,
incident.
but the knife in hand is an implicit threat.
Yes.
And he's not nearly as far away as he looks, folks. There's a fish lens effect here.
Right. I mean, so we can see that this car is only probably 5 feet, maybe behind this car, a car length. So you've got,
even if it's 8 feet, I mean, that little car, the silver car, is not that long. Double that, he's 16 feet away from, it's just not that far. People can cross that kind of distance in, literally a second and a half.
Right. Tops, this guy's 25 feet away. And I don't think he's that far. And he gets,
and this cop's using good tactical technique. He's behind his door, so there's an obstacle between him and the guy with the knife that buys him more time. But the guy's got a knife, and a knife will kill you dead. So he's a deadly force threat right now.
So here we go.
No, dude, we're not here to do that. We're not here. We already told you we're not here for that, dude. We're not here to shoot you, dude. We're here to help you out.
He wants to be shot by the cops, he said.
Right.
We're trying to help you out. Why are you upset today? Why do you want us to shoot?
Right. Ammo's expensive.
Put the knife down, dude. Knife down. Let me blow you ready.
Well, so far I like these cops. They definitely don't want to get stabbed. That's good.
I'm going to pay attention to the timestamp. So right now we're at 2:01 p.m. on this because I know there's some jumps in the video. I'm curious how long they're out there.
Another gun? Oh, he just waved the muzzle over his own hand, but okay.
Hey, you're escalating, bro. It doesn't have to be like this. Put the knife down.
This is actually pretty good technique. This hand placement here. I think this guy knows how to shoot.
If I'm not mistaken, the body cam we're looking for is a senior
eventually
officer.
Moved from the street near the front driver's side of his car to the sidewalk directly in front of his residence, where numerous family members were also in the front yard.
This lady's got a husky voice, kind of like Scarlett Johansson. Or Emma Stone, maybe.
Right. Well,
so
eventually it's husky.
So this guy's now got a beanbag shotgun.
Everybody get inside.
Right. So yellow grip, yellow pump.
Go away from crossfire. Get away. Go inside.
I think they called it a shock bag, but I think that's just an impact shock.
Yeah, beanbag. Yeah.
Come on, David. Put the knife down, dude.
I'm not a fan of these things, by the way. I just don't think they're effective.
Hey.
Well, for one, the beanbags don't fly straight.
Yeah, you guys are in crossfire.
They're not aerodynamic.
They're effective against people who want them to be effective against them. You know, if they want to comply, really, it's effective. But if the guy doesn't want to comply, they're worthless.
Yeah, it's on his way, dude. Is that what you want? Okay.
Oh, he asked for a ghetto bird.
The sergeant who arrived on
A
scene
ghetto bird?
and stun-bagged
a
shotguns
police
to
helicopter.
2 deputies, placed lethal cover alongside each of those deputies, and managed the incident from behind the deputies. The sergeant also directed a unit to make an additional request for a mental evaluation team. During a conversation with a family member during the incident, the family member stated Ordaz wants deputies to kill him because he could not do it himself. As Ordaz moved toward his family,
my God.
deputies continued to try to negotiate with him while they repeatedly asked the family members to move away. Ordaz asked if a ghetto bird was coming, and then he stated he wanted Channel 4 too.
All right, so you've got a bunch of people really close to him.
Is somebody on crutches?
Yeah.
He's previously shot by the police?
Those are his family, is who he's near.
Right, so this guy just wants to get shot.
Yeah, the problem with it being his family is like it doesn't matter that it's his family. The police have to treat it as if he may stab any of them if he moves towards them.
Right.
Close it and secure it close. All right, back up onto your driveway. Thank you.
It's worse that he's in front of his family because now it's theater for him. He's got to prove to his family how distressed he is.
Yeah.
Ordaz became more agitated and began to move closer to the deputies.
Don't care.
Hey, sorry. Closer. Back up. Back up. Back up. Don't get any closer.
All right, so it's only been 8 minutes. It's now 2:09.
Hey, sorry.
But 8 minutes is a long time when you're staring at a guy with a knife.
Hey, sorry. You should hit him with one.
Yeah, too close. Step back.
Hey, stand back. Stand back. Stand back.
Ordaz sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Deputies immediately assessed.
Okay, so that was a shooting.
Right. So I'd want to see more body camera angles. I mean, if one of the officers had a reasonable perception that he was in imminent risk of deadly force harm from that knife, he's entitled to shoot. And then the other cops are entitled to shoot on his behalf. I didn't quite see that in that angle, but there's lots of cops and lots of camera angles. So
the weird thing for me is the beanbags deployed seemingly
and it doesn't work.
Right. And that's what seems to kind of spark the encounter to me.
And it could be. So there's a thing called sympathetic firing where cops, if you have a group of cops, one cop fires and the other cops basically relying on that first cop's decision.
Well, you just muted. I don't know if your mic went out or what. That was weird.
Okay, sorry about that. It just happened by itself. I'm out of public fire.
I bet your AirPods ran out of batteries.
Oh. No, I'm hearing, and it's a different mic.
Yeah, it switched to a different mic.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Yeah, because you sound way different.
Yep.
While you do that, Lucas the Troon Roberts. Oh, wait, no, this is a question for you. Let's see. Oversoul says, greets from Mason County, Branca. 80-cent gang sends. TX47. Michael Dunn, cop in Farmers Branch, Texas, being tried for murder for shooting the man who ran him down with a truck. Oh, that's interesting.
Am I back?
Yeah.
All right. I bumped the wire. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. So the thing
So
the
sympathetic firing, you have a group of cops, they all have their guns out, it's all on the suspect. One cop fires. The other cops, their trigger finger is almost on the trigger anyway. So when they hear the first gunshot, they all fire. So what would have been, if only the first cop was present, might have been 2 or 3 shots fired, ends up being 10 or 15 or 20 shots fired because every cop is firing 3 or 4 rounds. So you have this collective round count, but they're all being triggered sympathetically by the first cop. And frankly, the first cop is judged by the rounds he fires. Was he justified when he fired his round? The other cops are judged by, was it reasonable for them to rely on the first cop's decision?
So in this one, I hear the sympathetic firing, but the interesting thing to me is it's fast, but I think when we watch it, they don't actually fire sympathetic to the stun bag. He gets hit by the stun bag, and then he makes a scramble towards the family, is what it looks like to me, and that's when the firing starts.
Okay, fair enough.
But let's we can watch it one more time here.
One.
We watch it as many times as we want. It's on Rumble.
Stand back, stand back, stand back.
Drop it. Drop it.
What do you think about that last shot, though?
I mean, you have to judge it in the context of the overall event. So some cop is going to have a lazy trigger finger and get some last shot fired off. Was it really justified in the sense that it's not like he walked up to the guy and shot him in the back of the head while he was on the ground?
No,
it's not an execution shot in that sense. I think it's just poor performance under the stress of the circumstances.
Right. So what do you think?
It's murder.
Do you think this is justified?
Oh, yeah, almost certainly. I'd want to see the other camera angles, but the guy's
Right.
out there with a knife, non-compliant with police, threatening himself and other people. He's closing proximity on the police. I mean, no one should be surprised that he got shot. The cops aren't supposed to be perfect, folks, but they're allowed not to get stabbed to death in the course of their job.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me is it looks like they wait plenty after the. I'm not sure why, if the less than lethal firing, the guy who fires the less than lethal shotgun is not charged. The guy who's charged is the supervising officer who has the handgun and who fires that. I believe the guy who fires that last shot. And I don't know if the basis of the charge is that last shot or if it's something else. But it seems to me they wait. You know, the beanbag shotgun's deployed. It hits him clearly. He reacts to it, but he reacts by holding a knife and running towards a group of people. I think there's a reasonable perception of danger there. I mean, that's...
Look, if the last shot was some cop just kind of strolls up to him while he's laying on the ground and shoots him in the back of the head, then the last shot's an execution shot. But I don't see that here. In the context of the circumstances, I think one cop, maybe he had a malfunction, maybe something weird happened with his gun. It was just a delayed firing. He made the decision to fire. His brain did when it was appropriate to do that. But the physical action, the wheels spun in the mud, they finally got traction. And when he actually executed that, the poor selection of words, sorry.
Yeah.
When
Branca admits it right there.
When he finally does the physical act that his brain told him to do a second and a half earlier, it's a second and a half later. And the circumstances appear different. But what matters is what was happening when he made the decision to fire the shot.
Right. Yeah, I think they're going to have a hard time. Well, I don't know if they're going to have a hard time with the prosecution.
Who knows?
But I think there's plenty argument for justification. I think the arguments against justification are there, but they're tough. And it's really about I think it's about the lethalness of that, or the reasonableness of that last shot. Let's see. Yeah.
Folks, anyone's entitled to have a bad day, but if your bad day includes threatening people with a knife, don't be surprised if you get shot.
Yeah. It's these things are always tough because you don't want and believe me, the cops don't usually want to shoot anybody. And the last thing they want is some suicide by cop guy ruining ruining their life, ruining their career, doing something ridiculous to get killed. Suicide by cops often involve putting people in danger. Like that's either the police or someone nearby. And if they don't act, that danger can actually carry through. So
in any major police department today, if you're a cop who shot somebody, you're never allowed to be in a position again where you might have to shoot somebody. You've basically ended your street career because the department doesn't want the liability. So there was a time 30, 40 years ago where you could find cops who'd actually been, if they've been in high crime cities, they'd been in 4 or 5 or 6 shootings over their career. That doesn't happen anymore. If a cop's involved in one shooting, he's basically done on the street. They find a different job for him where that'll never happen again.
Or they
don't want him,
or they just fire him.
Or they fire him, or he gets prosecuted and convicted, or whatever. But this is not something cops want to happen. They understand it's only going to be a negative outcome for them.
Yeah. Let's see. They called the cops, yet they wanted a mental health expert. Of course and the cops called a mental health expert. To be fair, they just didn't get on the scene. I don't know.
Like Derek Chauvin called for an ambulance.
And who knows what a mental health expert would have been able to do in that situation. It might be at the
she would
time,
have screamed, shoot him, shoot him.
At the
He's about to
time,
stab me.
they could evaluate that the guy's in serious mental distress. Okay. Like, I think the cops kind of knew that. But this is in East LA, so who knows? Misty 86444 says, Nick, little announcement for all U.S. vets and Gold Star families. Get a free lifetime pass to national parks, wildlife refuges, and public lands. Just found this out through the VA. So if you're a U.S. vet and Gold Star family, you can get a free lifetime pass to those things. So very cool. Thank you, Misty, for sharing that. Kaiju Spirit, imagine Inquisitor Darrow setting the record before declaring exterminatus. This hive world has fallen to chaos. Crestfallen Brooks has pledged himself to corn. And she goes on and on for hours. Exactly. She's waited way too much. Waited way too long.
Well, you have a female judge. That's what you get.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, no, not always. Although, no, let's see. Rating the judges that we had. Yeah, actually, Regina Chu in Minnesota was really slow talker, overly verbose, and just had that very slow and calm, soothing voice that made me want to die.
Just go into the light. Go into the light.
And then we had the judge in down in the Curtis Reeves. She wasn't overly wordy, but she was just kind of terrible for different reasons. But oh my gosh, I hated that. Let's see.
She was just a weak judge.
Yeah, and she was really bad at she was really bad on objections and evidentiary rulings. Joe Schmo 1 of 3. Can you imagine what happens if cochlear implants become cheap and reliable so that sign language disappears? The sign language grift would fight it tooth and nail.
No, they'd still get hired. That's how these government jobs work.
Ethan Flash. I joined Flash on his live stream earlier, and you can too. Follow Flash on Locals at yellowflash.locals.com. Use code FLASH for a free month. Also, fuck you, Nick, you shyster disloyal faggot. Oh, thanks, Ethan Flash. That's really nicely worded. Mean bastard. Bonhis says, Branca, call Nick a fucking cunt.
not tonight.
Oh my God. Let's see. We've got Bonhis says, Branca, call Matt a cunt. Wait, who's Matt?
Who's Matt?
What did Matt do? I'll do it. Matt, you're a cunt.
Is that the guy not dating Fair and Balanced?
I have no idea who Matt is at all. I don't know if Matt's even real. Reformed Convict says sign language at a heavy metal concert. Wait, what?
Headbanging.
Let's see. Let's see if this is interesting at all. Well, so we can do this. Oh, real quick, I want to. Okay, so This will be stupid. Real quick, guys. I mentioned, so today is my 5-year anniversary of content creation. I was going to do a stream on it, but I was not able to due to how long Judge Darrow went on the sentencing. And I had this stream tonight. So I will say, looks like on Friday, I'm going to put together that 5-year stream. I think Drex will be out for it. It'll probably be the Friday night stream. That one is probably going to air on YouTube as well as Rumble and Odyssey. So since I started on YouTube, I figured we'll do the 5-year stream over there. And I can tell people on YouTube where I've been, because every time they're like, where are you? I guess you just don't stream anymore. Like, no, I still stream every day, literally every day. It's so hard to get the message out. But that is something that I'll be doing.
Man, I cannot believe your sheer presence. It's like you're streaming like 23 hours a day.
It feels like it sometimes.
Yeah. Oh my God. When do you sleep?
I don't sleep enough. I don't sleep enough. Okay, so here we go. This is the sign language person at the metal concert, because what you need at a metal concert is sign language.
Oh my God, I thought that was a joke.
Nope. Do I just not understand what's happening? Do I just not get like why you would need sign language at a concert? Like,
isn't the guy on stage already doing that?
Say burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn.
This is a thing, I guess. Do you have to be ADL compliant in your rock concerts now? I'm so confused as to why this exists. Am I dumb? Like, what?
Do they have like one of those swimming pool lifting chairs to get handicapped people up to the stage so they can participate with the band?
Here we go. Here's another one. Let's see.
Hey, we got a chat question.
Pretty loud.
Yeah, she's hooking up right there.
Is this Seven Dust?
No, if you can read American Sign Language, she's actually saying, "I have a new boyfriend right now."
I'm not going to get it. I'm just not going to understand why this is a thing that is necessary or even exists.
So a couple chat questions I see coming up. Folks, I never worked in Brooklyn. I was a diesel mechanic in Harlem. Harlem is part of Manhattan, which is the borough next door to Brooklyn. Just over the bridge, not far away. But it was Manhattan, not Brooklyn. Shotguns for home defense. Shotguns work. Shotguns are amazing. So, pistols put little holes in people, and rifles put big holes in people, and shotguns take pieces off of people. Shotguns are super effective. The problem with shotguns for home defense is generally you only have 5 shots, and that may not be enough, and they may not be targeted as narrowly as you would want around your wife and children. So I would generally recommend an AR platform for home defense over a shotgun, just for that reason. But if you shoot someone with a shotgun, it's a pretty decisive stop. A real shotgun, not a beanbag shotgun. Those things are nonsense.
There's a video. It's been on YouTube, I think, forever. And it's a guy with a shotgun, and then there's like a big guy who's like, what? And the guys with the shotgun's like, stop, or I'm going to shoot you in the arm. I think he tells him, I'm going to shoot you in the arm or whatever. And the guy advances on him, and he just blows like a hole in the guy's arm.
Yeah. Nope.
And he's just like, well, and then he just sits down on the curb. It's like, I wouldn't want to get shot by a shot. Well, I don't want to get shot at all, but by a shotgun, man, they're devastating.
Devastating.
Especially up close. Because that's the thing with shotguns, right? Like, their range is not high because it's a spread of these beads that kind of slow down pretty quick. unless you got a slug.
Right, you can fire slug, you can fire buckshot, but still, I think 50 yards. But if we're talking home defense, how big is a room in your house? I mean, that's the distance we're really talking about. And in that distance, a shotgun will take an arm clean off of somebody. But you have 5 shots, and it's not a narrowly directed target. What if the bad guy grabs your kid? What are you going to do now?
Let's see.
You're not going to fire a buckshot at your kid.
This one was 2 years ago. I don't know if we want to do this. We'll see. Lucas the Troon Robert says, "Hey Branca, I'm a new correctional officer and wondering if your services cover civil trials as well. I'd hate to get sued and a shitbag gets my money or house."
Sure, yeah, we do civil trials, but you'd have to be a platinum member at lawselfdefense.com/platinum.
There you go. That's how you get it. That's how you get.
But I have to be honest though. If you're a corrections officer, whoever is suing, they don't really want your money. No offense. I know a lot of corrections officers. They don't have any money. So they're looking for the state's money. So I never see a case where the actual judgment is being collected by the officer. From the officer.
Right. They're named as a party, but they're acting in their official capacity, and it's solely to get to liability because you don't have money and you don't have sufficient insurance to cover a wrongful death suit.
Almost invariably, the officer himself is covered by qualified immunity. So it's the department that's actually on the hook.
Yeah. Okay. What do we got here? So someone sent me a different police shooting. It's only 55 seconds long. This is from 2 years ago, though. So let's take a peek. I don't know if so man gets shot by Roxborough police after pointing a shotgun at an officer. Seems pretty straightforward. We'll get body cam audio.
Well, it's a pretty good reason to shoot someone is they're pointing a shotgun at you. Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
Hey, bro, drop the gun.
You shoot them quick.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a clean shoot, man. The guy pointed the gun right at him.
And that guy was dead the moment he left the vertical. He was dead.
Yeah.
Shots fired. So we got one male down.
You can actually kind of follow. Like it was weird. I'll try and pause. I don't want to. I'm not trying to show people die all the time.
Can you get a good look at the cop's long gun? I couldn't tell what it was.
It was a shotgun. It looks
window is kind of small. That's a hell of a shot with a shotgun.
Hold on.
Drop the gun. Drop the gun.
Okay, you can actually see the slug go right through. Did you see that?
No.
Hold on.
Oh, the wadding.
Look at it. You see, it's right here.
Oh, that's the wadding. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you can see. I mean, just straight through, hits him probably right in the chest. He's done.
Right. So that would. Yeah.
Well,
everything is turned into Jello. So.
That's an eminently justified shot. Oh, you wanted to see the long gun? We can. Let's see if I can get a good frame with it.
I mean, an AR, which is a typical patrol rifle, would have the same effect.
It is a shotgun.
Oh, shotgun. Yeah, shotgun.
Yeah. So he puts him straight down. Yeah, that one is a pretty obviously justified shoot. If you point a shotgun at police, expect to get shot. There, simple. That is legal advice.
I know the chat's going to say I'm a cop lover for saying that, but sorry,
no,
that's the way it is. You point a shotgun at me, you might get shot too.
This one specifically is pretty simple. Okay, wait. Now we're just sending in videos, I guess. Okay, what's this? This one's no death, but this is related to your shotgun.
Oh, it's Clint Smith. I know Clint. He's great.
Ballistics. Pistols put holes in people. Rifles put holes through people. Shotguns at the right range with the right load will physically remove a chunk of shit off your opponent and throw that shit on the floor.
That's so that's a very famous guy in the gun community, a long-standing trainer. I'm a huge admirer of his. He's 100% right. Pistols put holes in people. Rifles put big holes in people. Shotguns take shit off you.
Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, I'm gonna start running through some of these super chats here because there's some questions in here. TX47, Michael Dunn, cop in Farmers Branch, Texas, being tried for murder for shooting the man who ran him down with a truck. Okay, so is that trial going on right now? Michael Dunn.
But these vehicle cases are very fact sensitive. So, you know, what was the cop actually in danger, or was some other person in danger from the vehicle? You can't just shoot at a car just because it's driving away from you. There has to be more to it than that, and there may be more to it than that. But it's a very fact sensitive case.
Wait, we've got a minute and 39 of video on this one. Let's check it out.
Right.
Here we go.
All right. So okay. Right. So that cop was never. I would suggest that cop was maybe not in danger from that truck. I mean, the truck was going by him.
Yeah.
He was not about to get run over by that truck. Now, could he make an argument? He thought the truck was a danger to other people, maybe, but then that's the argument he'd have to make. It's a defense of others case. It's not a self-defense case.
Yeah. Unless there's a whole lot more context, that one's trouble for him.
I don't see there where the justification is. He may have justification, but I'd have to learn more.
Right. So let's see.
We may like to, we might wish we lived in a world where you can shoot people just because they're being dicks, but that's not the world we live in.
Okay. Well, this just looks like now they're just dealing with a corpse, basically.
Right.
So what do we got here? I had. Oh damn it! I think I closed the window. Michael Dunn.
Which one?
I had the news story, not just the. I'm kind of curious if there are any other facts in this thing. So grand jury returned the unusually swift indictment. This is in Texas too. So Texas police officer indicted on a murder charge 2 weeks after shooting the unarmed driver of a truck that had been reported stolen as the vehicle swerved past his police SUV in a Dallas parking lot. On June 12th, police in suburban Farmers Branch spotted a white pickup. Dunn followed the vehicle over the Dallas city line to a shopping center and opened fire as Moreno was pulling out of the parking lot, police said.
Right. So there's a justification defense to make there. It would be defense of others. The guy was driving erratically. You thought he might be a danger, imminent danger to other innocent people in the vicinity, the way he was driving his truck, given the way he threatened you with the truck. I don't know. I mean, presumably there's some narrative that can be there, but it's not a self-defense narrative. That cop was not in danger of being hit by that truck when he fired those shots.
Right. I'm trying to see if there was something. Hale said,
unless the guy in the truck had a gun, the cop had a reason to believe he had a gun, he might get shot as the truck went by, but I don't see that.
Yeah, maybe his defense is like the guy had like hit his car or done something to make him think that he was really dangerous, but that one looks like a bad shoot to me. Based on what we've seen. Imorsk says, hit the +/thumbs up and subscribe. If you don't, then you're a fag. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, we are closing in on 100,000 subscribers. We're at 99,700 and change. I can't actually tell the specific number easily on the screen. I could go look it up, but we're under 300 subscribers from 100,000 on Rumble, which is really, really cool. And we got 9,000 people watching right now. So if you are someone who is not subscribed to this channel on Rumble, please click that subscribe button. Let's push it to 100K. And also, if you haven't clicked the plus or the thumbs up, please do so. It really helps the show, and it helps get more people over here. Emor says, Fit from Fresh and Fit podcast has a second channel, Fed at 1811. He breaks down cases as a former Fed. You should have him on. Be a good conversation.
Okay.
I think Legal Mindset knows Fresh and Fit. Mindset said he was coming on, and then he's not here, but that's okay. Ava Fan 76. Hey, Nick and Andrew, what are your thoughts on US v. Miller? Am I alone in thinking that it was that it being heard was a violation of the due process, leading to a BS decision that was then misinterpreted until Heller?
Right. Well, I presume you mean the classic U.S. Supreme Court gun control decision. It's a complete train wreck and a travesty. The defendant or the plaintiff, I forget how it worked out in the end. Miller never showed up for court, so there was no counter argument.
He died.
Okay, well, that would be a good reason not to show up in court.
Yeah, he died, and then like 4 days before, his attorney sent a letter to the Supreme Court saying, "Yeah, I'm just not gonna represent the case."
Right. So there was no adversarial process there.
Yeah.
So of course you had a half-ass decision.
Yeah, I want to say something. That US v. Miller being misinterpreted till Heller. No, Heller doesn't misinterpret Miller. Heller is one of the best gun decisions that we've had in history, only because there's only like 5 of them.
Right.
On the Second Amendment. Heller is a bad decision by Scalia. Heller was an opportunity to overturn US v. Miller. Heller is an opportunity to establish that that we have a right to possess guns. Heller goes on to, in Heller, they talk about, or Scalia specifically talks about, sort of the popularity and availability of a firearm being mainstream makes it more reasonably protected, and simultaneously does not extend said protection to AR-15s, the most popular rifle platform in the entire country. It's crazy how limiting Heller actually is when you look at it. You're now muted. I think you hit the cord again or something, or you hit a mute button somewhere. I'll tell you when you're back, but I can't hear you yet. Nothing yet. You killed it. What did you do wrong?
Check.
There you are. There you are.
Sorry. I mean, the trouble with Heller was Scalia needed a majority. It wasn't just him. He doesn't get to write the decision, and that's it. He needs 5 other justices to go with him, and I assume that all those compromises were a result of what he needed to do to get that majority decision. I mean, I agree the compromises are bullshit and suck. It's ridiculous. The Second Amendment is not that ambiguous.
Right.
It's not at all ambiguous. But I presume he's like, well, historically recognized firearms, commonly possessed firearms. That's all bullshit. None of that's in the Second Amendment.
Right.
Arms.
And again,
arms.
and US v. Miller, it was completely ludicrous. It's a half-assed decision with no adversarial process. It created exceptions to the Second Amendment that aren't in the text and don't make any sense. They just did it. They just decided. Generalissimo 2 says, "Yo, Branca, you lost us the election because you brutalized our election psycher, Tim. Our astropath lost confidence and we lost votes. You're such a misogynist."
Okay.
I must have been producer Tim is who they're talking about from Drexel's show.
Oh.
Did you brutalize him on that show? I haven't actually watched the full thing. I don't know. I hope so. He deserves it.
I mean, okay. I don't want to rehash old stuff.
I have no idea. Again,
if I thought in the moment he was being stupid, I might have intellectually brutalized him. That could have happened.
I hope it did. I loved him, but I hope so. EDW Raptor says, "Here is a questionable police shooting when you consider the last shot. This one is really interesting. It happened in Baltimore in the last week." Oh, so this is fresh. I guess it's Death Day on Rumble.
Hey, send more units. Send more units. Send more units. Send more units. Get down. Signal 13. Get down. Get down.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. Send more units. Send more units. Sir, drop the knife. Drop the knife. Sir, drop the knife. Hey, back up.
Is that
Back up.
is my
Sir,
dude even
drop it,
alive
drop it.
anymore? Oh, he
Sit
is,
down.
I guess. Kind of.
We need a crime scene. Hurry up. Get that. Hey, drop the knife. Drop the knife. Sir, drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the. Don't move. Don't move. Ma'am, are you okay?
That's a big ass knife.
Move.
Yeah.
Sir, don't move. Hey, back up. Back up. Hey, send more units. Send more.
Okay.
No, I would give the cop a pass on that. That dude was on top of a woman with that giant knife, and what happened was that as long as the guy's got the weapon, he's within proximity of the woman. He's still a threat to the woman. He could still stab her. Was that last shot late? Of course, but the cop's still seeing the knife in the guy's hand, only a few feet away. Listen, you're not required to be perfect in making use of force decisions as a cop. You're required to be reasonable. That's a big ass knife, and the guy was seconds, fractions of a second ago, threatening a woman with that knife, and still is threatening the police with it. I'm sorry, I don't have much sympathy for him.
Yeah, I don't know that the late shot there. I mean, arguably he's gonna die, right, from the other shots. Arguably,
No, but you don't know. You
right,
don't, when you're firing the shots, you don't know if you hit. You don't know what effect they're having. You just don't know.
Yeah, you don't know that guy's not going to get up with that knife and stab someone or swing it at a cop who comes by. That's I don't know. I didn't see the.
Here's a pro tip: if you don't want to get shot by the cops, don't be on top of a woman with a big knife and then hold on to the knife when the cops show up.
Well, okay, hold on. The crazy thing is because of the body cam and the hands and stuff. I thought he just walked up to a dude on the ground and started blasting. I couldn't even tell there was a woman there at first. She's tiny. Yep. That guy's huge. And he's covering her up the whole time. Like just here's the spot. Or no, wait. Oh, never mind. He jumps on her. So here he is standing and he's going to jump on her.
Presumably with the knife.
Yeah. He's got the knife in his hand. So he just dropped on her with the knife. So here he is. He's kind of in her legs there, which
as one is.
And this is interesting because body cam footage, I don't like body cam footage for some reasons. One of the reasons is, first of all, it's not where the cop's eyes are. It's where his midsection is pointed. Second of all, the fisheye effect. And third of all, there's a lot of obstruction that makes it really difficult to see. But this
right.
Guy,
so often they put the camera in the center of their chest, and then when they put their hands up with the gun, it blocks most of the image.
Right. And in this guy clearly sees that this cop clearly sees that this guy is not on top of the woman. I thought he was like literally on top of her, like chest to chest. I'm like, damn, that shoot becomes really dangerous because you could have over-penetration.
Yep.
And go through into her or something like that. But it turns out, like, as long as his shots are at all on target, and he's really close range here, so it's not, presumably not too hard. He can actually shoot this guy relatively safely without putting her in too much danger. Especially when you consider how close he gets here. I mean, he hasn't even fired the first shot yet. He's within 3 feet of this target. So, no, I think that's a good shoot. I don't think the last shot is going to be, well, you saved this person, then he raised the gun and now, or he raised the knife, so now you shouldn't shoot him again.
Right. So if 8 or 10 seconds goes by and the cop comes by and back and shoots the guy after that, clearly that's an execution shot. But that's not what happened here.
Right. You can see blood on the pavement before the first shots. Then maybe he had stabbed the woman or something at that point. I don't know. But I'm not gonna.
I will say there was not, to my eye, there was not a lot of blood for how many shots were fired.
Yeah,
because when you really hit someone good, a lot of blood comes out of the human body.
Right, especially if you hit like this area up here. Like this is a quick quick kill where the aorta, I think it is, comes out of the top of the heart. That's where the blood pumps up pretty quickly. If you hit him in the stomach, it can be really bloody. The leg, like the femur or the femoral artery, stuff like that.
I mean, a lot of the blood, especially with pistols, because they're relatively underpowered. You can hit the aorta and it just pumps blood into the lungs. So you don't see a lot of blood on the street, even though it's spraying blood like a fire hose, but it's all internal to the body.
Here we go. What is this one? Here we go. This is a chat from J Stevens. Says, a question in 2 parts from Mostly Based Branca. You hear your wife scream. A cop kicks down your office door with service weapon drawn. He demands you suck him off to completion or you will be killed. How enthusiastically do you comply? Well, what's the answer?
It might get loud and flashy.
Speaking of
fucking somebody.
What's up, Mindset? How you doing, buddy? Oh, you like blew out your mic. I can't hear you at all.
Oh shit, I was too intense, guys. Sorry. That's what happens when I suck off the mic.
You came in too hot. You came in too hot. Now you're paying the
way
price.
too hot. Dude, that
What's
was a
going on,
fucking
man?
knife on that video, man. I just came in here, just got back. I had a winter kind of like suit done in this Itaewon area because that incident happened there. A lot of the businesses are hurting, so I'm trying to like help some of the businesses there and support some of the businesses. So
by buying
I'd like
booze.
but no, by buying a suit, by buying like a new suit.
Okay.
So yeah, which it's half the price I'd get it in the US. But anyways, man, that was a fucking knife. That was a fucking knife.
No Australian American knife shaming going on in this one.
No. But no, just hanging out. I had a really great stream with Krigler earlier. And just hanging out, having a good Thursday over here in Seoul.
Well, very good, man. Welcome to the show. We were just finding out. So you hear your wife scream. A cop kicks down your office door with service weapon drawn. He demands you suck him off to completion or you will be killed. How enthusiastically do you comply?
So enthusiastic, just 100% joyously, just
I've always dreamed of this opportunity.
This is what I've been waiting for. This is my shot.
Okay. You are now dead. Dude, this is the second part of the question.
Is this a choose your own adventure? I like these. I like these,
You are now
like
dead
Zelda.
due to either non-compliance or lack of skills required to get him off. Your widow becomes his wife via civil asset forfeiture. How long does it take you to manifest as a ghost in order to make a Twitter thread justifying your own execution? Okay, that was a deep joke because that was full on simping for the cops. Andrew Branca.
Right. I get it. Very clever. It was a lot of work to get there, but
well, not enough work. If you had put in more work, you might have finished the cop off and not worried about it.
I could have gotten a citizen's police badge.
Give me that badge, Big Pappy. So, Andrew, we're just watching people die today. Apparently.
Let's do that. I love that. I mean, because I was just reviewing some of my videos that like got dinged, and it's all for police video nowadays. That's what's really getting me demonetized on YouTube. So I love that Rumble doesn't give a fuck.
So Ryan,
I have to when I do my streams on YouTube, I have to I simul stream on YouTube, Rumble, our members channel, and Twitter. And I have to cut off all the other streams because I get demonetized instantly as soon as I do a body worn camera video.
Yep. You gotta shut all that shit down now. Blur everything. Pretend that no violence exists in the world and everybody was happy. Like just replace the dead people with pillows. That'll be simple.
If you replace them with an anime waifu pillow, that's totally acceptable. Totally acceptable.
I have a pillowcase, but no pillow that someone sent me. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this?
What type of monster sends you? It's like sending a hot dog bun without a hot dog. Like what the fuck is that?
Do you want to see? I think I can get it with my it's on the other side of my desk.
With my penis.
No, with my toes. It's on the other side of my desk. Get out of my way. Damn it. My foot's cramping. I don't have the grip strength between my two toes.
You have it between your ass cheek, clearly. That fucking image is still not out of my goddamn head, Nick Rekieta. You fucking bastard.
Next time I'll shave first.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. We've got albedo.
Peak waifu energy there, guys. Peak waifu energy.
It's a full, like it's the full thing too. If you
my God.
unfurl it,
Comes with the whole
the
pre-board
degeneracy. Oh my God. Wait,
fuck.
and he's gone. So I'll wait to we'll wait to review the video.
That's fine.
Oversoul says suspect retreats for a moment when hit, says F it to himself, charges the cops again and goes down. Open and shut, 80% gang sense. Yeah, the question on the cop shooting the guy who wanted to suicide by cop is not whether or not the initial shots are justified. I think they are. The question is there a delay sufficient to be too late? I'm not convinced that there is.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that's the question. But that doesn't mean a jury won't think the same thing. That's the problem with jury, or it's not the problem. That's the risk of juries. Is that you'll get a bunch of juries who are like, you know what, cops need to be perfect that day.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it might depend on the race of the officer who fired the last shot. I mean, the first few officers there, we can hear them. They sound to me like they're Hispanic. But if the last officer who fired that shot is a white guy, maybe the jury looks at him different.
Yeah, who knows? Okay, here's this
shouldn't
one.
Be that way, but that's the world we live in.
What the hell is Bamelwood Kuykendall? Oh, Harris County. So is this Texas? Wait, no, this is active self-protection, which is these guys are based in Houston, Texas, but
I don't think so.
Well, it says Harris County, HCSO protection.
Oh, there may be an overlay over an overlay.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Active self-protection, because I've taught there. They're in Phoenix or something.
Okay.
This sergeant finally saw him and found him. He is then going to go chase the guy. We do.
Yeah, this is John Correa.
Audio. Let's listen in.
Come here, dude. Come here. Stop,
Who wants this job?
Cop runs like a damn space marine. Taser's out.
Taser.
Just needs a bolter instead.
Oh, he hits. Oh, damn.
Oh, bitch. You bitch. Why you taking me home?
Why you running?
Why are you chasing me?
Okay, is this a mistake here? Why is?
Yeah, that's terrible. Terrible.
Why would you put your taser down on the ground? He could grab that.
Terrible tactics. Not a crime, but terrible tactics. You've left a weapon for that guy to grab.
Right. Now the taser's been deployed into him. Is it still a weapon at that point? Because
some tasers have one set of darts, some have two set of darts. But even after you deploy all the darts, you can still use the taser in drive mode or stun mode, where you just press the muzzle of the taser into someone and press the trigger.
Because it'll spot, like it'll arc at the tip.
At the muzzle, right.
Right. Let's see. Here we go.
But it's still an object. I mean, you don't want to, even if you just even if he's just using it as a blunt object. Well, that's the cop's hand.
No, but his hand's right here.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I see it. All right.
So the cop's putting his hand on top.
Fucking quit. I'm gonna shoot you. Put that down. I will fucking shoot you. What are you gonna do?
Oh, he shot him. Yeah.
Yep.
35 shots fired.
So this is like the Patrick Leola case I just covered, where Patrick Leola was violently non-compliant with lawful arrest, got the cop's taser. The cop ended up shooting him in the back of the head to prevent from getting tased with his own taser. And it just looks terrible because it looks like an execution killing. But it's almost certainly lawful.
In a way, it is an execution killing, right? Like, because the
Him or
guy's
me.
down. Yeah, the guy's down. You put your gun to the back of the head. It's not like you're taking a risk. You know what's going to happen. You know the shot's coming.
Right.
And,
but you can't wait to get tased and disabled with your own weapon.
Right. It's that's a tough one, because all that guy, if that guy, gets that taser on any part of the cop and is able to to get a current through him. The cop falls over, and then who knows? Grabs the cop's gun, soccer kicks him, stomps him, anything.
Yeah.
Anything
So
can happen at that
most
point.
cops who are shot to death are shot to death with their own gun. They lose control of their gun, and the bad guy shoots them with their own gun. And every cop knows this. So as you might imagine, they're hypersensitive to the possibility of losing their own gun to a violent, non-compliant suspect. And folks, when we think about tasers, we think about them as being a less lethal weapon, but that's when they're being used lawfully, defensively by a cop, because the cop neutralizes the suspect. The cop just cuffs up the suspect. He doesn't keep beating the suspect. If he did, it would be unlawful. But if the taser is being used in an offensive, unlawful capacity, it would be a reasonable inference that the use of force will continue. It was unlawful to begin with. It will continue to be unlawful. So the cop is neutralized by his own taser. Well, there goes his pistol. There he's dead. He's not in control of his fate anymore. The unlawful aggressor is now in control of that cop's life. That's deadly force. So the taser goes from non-deadly force to deadly force depending on the manner of its use.
And same thing with pepper spray, as we talked about in the the skier case. I can't remember his name. Cummings when Cummings shot all over Areola.
You're getting me aroused.
Outlaw 2, did the guy drop the knife from the beanbag? Looks like he scrambled for it. Last shot could have been stovepipe, but it wasn't beyond reasonable. I don't know if he dropped the knife at all. I have no idea if he did, but he the guy, what if the cop saw him drop the knife is a question, who knows? But I didn't see the knife fall. I saw a guy scramble towards a crowd of people that he shouldn't be scrambling towards as he was holding a weapon. SNG. Oh, is that Mr. Gosney? I think it is. Congrats on 6 years. Wait, it's 5 years, Steve. This is Branca, promote our criminal law class.
Is that Steve?
I think so.
Steve, it's almost over. Isn't like got one more class left in the whole semester. But yes, go to American Law Courses, lawselfdefense.com/law courses. Steve Gosney, I'll be teaching evidence in the spring. We have a lot of great professors lined up to teach these 1L law courses, the same courses all of us lawyers you see here on the screen right now took in the first year of law school. We teach them at a law school level, but in plain English, without the political correctness you would get in law school today, and at a fraction of the cost and time commitment. lawselfdefense.com/law courses.
Awesome.
Hey,
by the way, legal mindset, Nick, you ever want to teach a course, make a little money, let me know.
No, I definitely would be happy to do that. I thought about doing that myself. I actually started making a couple. I filmed a couple, but I just kind of gave up on the idea. That's back when I first started on YouTube. And I saw Legal doing it, and I'm like, if this woke faggot can do it, anybody can do it. I mean, seriously, I was like, literally, I mean, like anything is better than that fucking homosexual. So
I didn't even know a woke faggot was doing it already, but
yeah. Oh yeah, no, he is. But once again, I'd rather have somebody who's telling it to me straight, telling it to me directly, and telling me what I need to know, and not being gay about it, right? And just being very direct, not beating around the bush, not being PC. I think back to my law school, even when I graduated 2012, and even then it was getting bad. So even then it was getting bad.
So it's funny when I first had this idea to teach these law courses, I ordered all my old textbooks like from law school, but the new editions, so I'd have all the up-to-date textbooks, and all the new textbooks had the first chapter in all of them was new, and it was all about critical race theory. That chapter was not in my textbook in 1991. that didn't exist. I didn't read that. But now every law school textbook you get, the first chapter you get is how about, well, if you're a white person, you're terrible. I'm like, all right, well, maybe I could teach law courses that just assume everyone's a good person.
It's
or just teach the fucking law. Like how about we just learn the goddamn law? Like, how about we get back to that? Like, I don't know.
So what we say is we teach traditional American law in the traditional American way without all this political nonsense.
That's good. Very smart.
I'll take tax law. We'll take the
Dude, you'd have to find a fucking student.
Well, no, we'll do it. I'll take the challenge. We'll make tax law great again. MTLGA.
How about UCC? Who wants to do UCC?
Oh, I don't want to touch
God.
fucking UCC. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my God.
UCC's like actual UCC's like 8 different courses. It's so fucking brutal.
I almost shot myself through the brain in the middle of that course. It's terrible. You need like a computer programming nerd, someone who's really comfortable with algorithms to do that.
I love how your first year you go through your first semester of contracts, and they just like they cram all this contract law into you, and you're like, yeah, okay, I fucking understand transactions. And they're like, but actually, almost everything you'll ever talk about is actually dealt with in the UCC,
right?
Yeah. And you're like, well, what the hell is that? So, well, it's the Uniform Commercial Code, and that's how all transactions are dealt with, both business and retail, or both commercial and retail.
But
And
it's
like,
not on the bar.
Well, what the fuck did I do all this other stuff for?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, bar exam.
That's all
bar
theory.
prep.
Yeah, theory.
Yeah.
That's how we did it 500 years ago.
God, I hate UCC. My friend Ty, he's a commercial lawyer on a lot of stuff. He does a bunch of different stuff, but man, he does so much UCC work, and he always talks about it. I'm like, shut up. Just don't even talk to me if you're gonna fucking cite UCC.
I will say this, and this is not a reflection on Ty. I don't think Ty is like this, but if you're like on the spectrum and you want to go to law school, UCC is where you need to be. That's perfect for you. Just kind of grinding through the algorithm, through all the decision-making pathways. That's exactly what UCC is.
You down with UCC? Yeah, you know me. Hey, mindset. What the hell have you been up to lately, man? What have you been covering?
No, I mean, just been covering what's been going down. I covered the other day. I covered the FTX bid. I covered Trump's announcement. I've been just covering whatever coming up. Courtney Clinty, that case is coming up, and covering some of the updates with that. She had a
Is that the Instagram
recently.
chick?
The Instagram
Right.
hoe. Like more and more comes out about this. Bitch.
Oh,
and she's. Yeah, we can say that. I mean, it's
no,
been
killer. I mean, you can say killer. That's
well,
true.
Technically, it doesn't.
Hey,
proven.
hoes are
Well,
dangerous.
she's a killer. Wait, sorry.
Hard enough.
Yeah, so sorry. It's proven she's a killer, not that whether she's a murderer yet. That's true. So I always get careful with that in the tagline. But her case is coming up, and the more and more information keeps coming out that she's done this shit before. Apparently, she fucking uppercutted Mr. Olympia and broke his jaw while she was cheating on he was cheating on his wife with her in Austin. So, there's all this other shit that's coming out about this girl. So it should be fantastic. Excited for that one and the Dumpster Bros. Between those two cases, I think December and January should be fun.
What do you think of Trump's speech?
Honestly, I mean, Branca came on at the end there on my side. I think he kind of did a layup to his followers, right? It was his people, right? So he went through the greatest hits. He ticked all the boxes. So I mean, I think it was pretty much everything that everyone can nod along with. Not too much that was new, not too much that was creative, but I think it's going to get the base fired up. And look, he's the presumptive candidate. All the polling says he's a presumptive candidate. I don't think there's any way DeSantis runs against him as long as he's running. So I think he's the candidate. So does he really have to try that hard?
Yeah, I disagree. DeSantis is running.
Yeah, that's where we can disagree. I think that he stays in Florida 4 more years, and I think that benefits him far more. And just comes into a clear field because Trump will just be removed by then. There's no way Trump would run again if he fails. He'll be far too old. He'll be far too old.
You can make that argument now.
Well, I mean, that's true.
He looked old last night.
I have a meme question, but it's actually a serious question. I've been invited to buy into Baldo.
Okay. Have you reviewed it or not? Everybody in my chat was going crazy.
I have not written my full review, but I have given many reviews to my locals as my adventure has continued. So, but the full review is coming. It'll be a full
the weird thing about Baldo is I don't really understand how that thing works, and I'm not sure I want to know.
It works magically. But so anyway, they've invited me to buy in.
Oh no.
To the company. And I'm curious to the chat. Should I crowdfund part ownership of Baldo?
Dude.
Oh, definitely.
Dude.
How much?
But how much ownership? How much ownership?
A decent amount. A decent amount.
Yeah,
I mean, if you have a controlling stake in Baldo,
No, I wouldn't have a controlling
Okay,
steak.
okay. Sorry. I mean, that would be good.
Right.
I
No,
dropped it in the private chat.
Right. The male has the controlling stake.
The way what?
The male.
Yeah, it does. But everybody says no.
It's literally a steak.
Yeah, I don't know. It was it'd be such a funny meme, but I don't know.
Just think how proud your kids would be of you. At your funeral, they can talk about it. He was like the king of Baldo.
He was the Baldo man.
Mortgage your house? Well, I wouldn't have to mortgage my house for all of it. That's the actually I'd probably do an SBA loan. American SBA loan. Have an entity that would just own part of it.
If it's good enough for a nail shop, it's good enough for this.
I mean, honestly, like with the Corona loans, I mean they were using that shit for everything. The hedge funds were just taking that shit and putting it on black at the casinos. So I mean,
yeah,
buying Baldo is much better than that. At least it's a product that has a meme use. I don't think it's actually useful. By the way, I still stand by that would be painful and not fun.
Oh no, it's great.
Bullshit, Nick. You're so full of shit.
I'm not full of shit. I'll tell you privately because the full review is going on my locals. I'll tell you privately.
Okay, we'll talk about it privately. But I cannot believe that the thing is that anybody have shown.
I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat as you.
Looking at it, this looks
I know
extraordinarily painful.
I 100% agree with you. I looked at this thing and I was like, "There's no fucking way."
I expect this rather like anal. It's painful for one person
until it hits the prostate. I mean, what?
Not for the other.
Tell me more, Mr. Branca.
Oh fuck.
Oversoul says, "Read the Heller Descent if you want a glimpse of their status depravity." No, the Heller Descent was a nonsense. It was a nonsense opinion. The Heller opinion, as stated, was weak already. It was already weak. And Scalia, Branca is correct that Scalia has to make compromises to get buy-in for the majority. But that doesn't change the fact that the opinion itself was weak. The dissent is horrifying. It's a horrifying concept. Remembering that Heller is a case about whether or not Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia, can force you to keep a gun in your house unassembled, can require unassembly for a law enforcement officer with a permit to carry, can require his gun to be unassembled inside his home.
By the way, in a city awash with guns and homicides. The crime capital of America.
Right. You pointed this out, Branca, the other day, I think on my stream. It's like if you just took out a couple of those urban dots, which have the strictest gun laws in America, if you took out those urban dots, the crime statistics in America would suddenly look like Switzerland or like, Asia or something else.
If you took out the 10
most
violent urban centers in America, which are very tiny dots, we'd have the gun crime of Switzerland in America. Because normal people with guns, normal people like me with guns, probably like, well, Nick, I don't know what you can do in Korea. You probably can't have a gun in Korea, but we don't use our guns to commit crimes. It doesn't happen.
I own guns in America, and I never used it to commit a crime, right? And all my family owns guns. I've hunted as a kid. I grew up learning about guns. Nobody I knew that went to a hunter's education course with me had any fucking problems. It's the people that didn't know what the fuck they were doing that ended up shooting themselves or getting in trouble or having issues.
Mindset, I need you to explain your North Korean takeover.
My North Korean takeover. Oh, very, very funny. A 5-minute missile at your rocket. You offend me. Offend my family.
Elon.
A big missile at you. Iran.
I talked to Elon. We get rocket. We get rocket
saw
man.
that and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my God.
That's so good. That's so good. Was that in the locals live chat? I gotta save that one.
Yeah, it's in the locals live chat. The
Okay,
locals live chat is.
I got you. It's lit. It's lit.
It's so.
You know,
so
Amber Heard
funny.
slept with that guy too.
Oh, I don't think she has a bar low enough. I mean, yeah, it's
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Shit. Now my brain is broken.
well, she had that letter
Oh.
that was that flopped from the psychologist or whatever. She only got like 130 people to sign
That's terrible.
the like open letter in support of domestic violence. And look, I occasionally grift off the Amber Heard stuff just because it's funny to see that it still gets like 40 or 60K views on YouTube, which is retarded. But you know, it's it's
you know,
sad.
thinking about that, tomorrow I should release a video. Amber Heard or feminists come out in support of Amber Heard because they're retarded. That should be my YouTube title, except that'll get demonetized. But
hey, the one thing I learned from that Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial was do not fuck with that umbrella guy.
Yep. Don't mess
Oh
with
my
Doug.
God. That dude is mission focused on Amber Heard every goddamn day. He's got another 8 minutes of YouTube video with 5 million or whatever subscribers watching it. Where
Well,
he is just they went after his house and his kids, and he will never forget it. And he is going to pursue them to the ends of the earth. And man, that guy has all my respect. That's absolutely the way to do it. And he is absolutely relentless.
And the best part about Tug, I've known this forever because Tug and I, our channels, like we were both, you know, at like the 5,000 sub level around the same time when we kind of encountered each other around the Comicsgate stuff. And if you don't know this about Tug, you don't understand. Tug has folders. Tug has autistic folders and
All the
folders
detail.
within folders of everything. I'm archiving everything. I am watching everything. I got everything coming in and I've got it organized. Like he used to go after IDW Comics, which is like, it was like the #4 comic publisher in the country or whatever. And like the shit he would put out about IDW, it's like this meticulous breakdown of their finances and why they're just in the dumpster. It's like, Tug, how do you know all this? He's like, I got folders. Like, damn it. Don't cross Tug. He's got everything archived.
And
If you're going to cross Tug, you better be ready because he's going to cross you back.
I gave this as the example because, you know, I said, you know, there's the people that get that are grifting, and grifting is fine, you know, monetize the haters. We all do that. I think everybody in this chat, everybody, all three of us have done that. And it's worked out really beautifully for me. You know, ask all of us. We've all done that. Right. But I think Tug is a great lesson in like not giving a fuck. You and Tug, I gave that as an example on my locals live chat when I was saying like internal versus external. These people that are, you know, waiting for other people to acknowledge them, that are acting out, waiting for people to respond. Tug does not care. Like literally, you can tell in his voice, he does not give a fuck, and it's glorious. It's so glorious.
Yeah, I love that guy. Got to hang out with him in Knoxville a couple years ago. Got to hang out with him at Anime Matsuri a couple years ago. Hoping to hang out with him this coming year sometime soon because I like him. Matt HTX sent a super chat. He says, "Grift my new YouTube channel with the first upload." So here we go. Here it is, guys. It's Matt HTX 43 on YouTube, and he's got the Artemis launch right here.
I don't know why people were calling the Artemis launch woke. Somebody said that, and I'm like, I don't know how it's woke, but
I think it was the NASA commentary or something.
What is Artemis?
But NASA's just it's a government agency. Like it's going to be populated by woke people. That's just normal.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's.
Oh!
7, 6.
Oh!
Oh! Look, it's Japan.
Too close. Too close.
Oh my God, it's like they're all virgins. Oh my God, it's so amazing.
Okay, so anyway, I'm not gonna watch this whole video. If you want to see the whole thing, guys, if you want to watch a good view of the Artemis launch, you can check that out. Matt HTX on YouTube. HTX 43 is the channel. He's got one subscriber. Give him a
NASA should
shot.
just give up. Musk is like, what, 40 launches this year alone? I mean, holy crap.
Yeah.
NASA's completely uncompetitive, and I'm sure they're doing it at 1,000 times the cost of Star X or whatever Musk's company is called.
Right. When you tell people they've got a performer, they're fired. It does wonders.
That was amazing. What a great email. Oh my God. Listen, I'm a terrible manager of people. I've been in jobs where I've been a manager and I sucked at it, but I would have loved to have that kind of authority. All right, work hard, press this button, press the other button, eject, eject, eject. You're out of here.
Dude, I loved Musk fired that guy over Twitter the other day. That was the funniest shit I've seen in a while.
Right.
Did you?
My boss sucks. 20 minutes later, I've just been fired from my job of 8 years. It's like,
like, what did you
really?
expect?
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, here we go. We've got
and then somebody's telling him he's got a wrongful termination claim. Folks, insubordination is proper cause for firing somebody.
Yeah, especially public insubordination on a publicly traded company of the CEO. Like, what do you think? What do you think's going to happen there? Grifty says family law course for men. Andrew, that's what Grifty suggests for the law.
That would be amazing. That'd be amazing.
I actually tried to get Lawn Lumber interested, but he was he seemed pretty cool with the idea. It might have been a personal.
I think you might have a problem with it from like an ethical standpoint.
I don't have any problem getting Lawn Lumber interested. I just put on a pair of hot pants and
well, maybe I'll have you act as an intermediary.
Just kidding. I love that guy.
If you know what I mean, and I think you do.
I love Rob.
No, I think a lot of them. I think he's really good at the family law stuff. I'd love to have him teach a course, but we have all this law tube drama now, and I'm not sure who's on which side of what fence. And so I don't want to put
anybody not
on
gay side. I just want to be on the not gay side. Whatever that is, that's the side I want to be on.
I don't want to put anyone in a difficult situation. So.
Wait, did Musk take Twitter private?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yep.
Okay. Still, it doesn't have to be a publicly traded company for public insubordination to be, especially on the platform where you work, to be a terminable offense.
Insubordination is always firing for cause.
Let's see. Someone was saying that the reason it was woke is because the stated purpose of the Artemis mission was to put black people on the moon or something.
Why does the government hate black people so much? Why do they want to put them on the moon?
It's a very dangerous environment. The land there is not arable.
Well, they were saying like, okay, China's saying they're going to beat us there, and whether they will or not. And the only reason I would think China would is because they will not give a fuck about like human rights or whatever. They'll be like, okay, we're sending Uyghurs, we're giving them like one way's worth of air. We're just going to put them out there. They're going to plant the Chinese flag and they're going to fucking die. Like that's how they're doing it. We're just getting there first and we're claiming the whole thing for China. Just like the South China Sea where they build fake islands. I mean, but it could prompt us into a second period of innovation. How much innovation came out of the space race with the Soviet Union?
Tons
right?
of it.
So we could have a good thing if we're competing with China over the moon.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe miniskirts will come back.
Oh, Jesus Christ, if only.
Steve Autism in local chat. Imagine how high black people can jump on the moon.
Oh no. Oh no. The moon where white people can actually jump.
Where white people can jump and black people can achieve escape velocity.
But do you confine them to the dark side of the moon?
Oh no. Branca. That's only if they're doing Drex face. Only if they're doing Drex face.
Here we go. Magis 93 cops training should be as extensive as it was to get your law degree because they are paid to enforce it. I don't understand all the excuses for a system that is so poor, not abolish, but reform.
Yeah. Do you pay cops like lawyers are paid? That's why they don't have the same degree of training.
They do when you privately hire LEOs way later in life to do private work for you, then they can get paid that much. But
they do that
same
regularly.
as lawyers, right?
But Nick, they do that regularly while they're LEOs. They take jobs.
I know. Yeah,
and they make a shit ton of money doing that. They make way more than they make doing their actual job.
Ushin Hogan says, Branca, I run one of the USPSA matches on the Front Range.
Great.
Would you be interested in attending a match? If yes, let me know the best place to contact you and I'll reach out.
Yes, absolutely. Support at lawofselfdefense.com. The Front Range is very long. So I'm south of Denver, but sure, I love to shoot USPSA. I still have my USPSA membership. Oh crap, I can't remember the number now. But yeah, I'm still a member. So love to shoot it.
God damn. I have to teach
but I don't want to drive up to fucking Fort Collins to shoot a match. That's like 2.5 hours away from me. So
I have to teach the Constitution to high schoolers tomorrow.
Why don't you teach that for me?
Well, because it's way easier to teach it to high schoolers. You don't have to teach constitutional law. You just have to teach the Constitution itself.
How much are they paying you?
Nothing. I do it at my.
All right. Free. Well, okay. Well,
I'll hit you up, Branca, and see what areas you need. But I can do it. I can do a couple.
There's money here. Not that you need it, of course. That's the trouble. People keep asking me, "Hey, why don't you get Nick to teach something?" I'm like, "Well, fuck, I can't pay Nick enough to want to do that." Jesus.
I feel bad. I feel bad when people call me and ask me to like take their case too, and I'm like, I'd have to charge you an unreasonable amount. I'm sorry, like because it's the time I would have to take off is missed opportunity. It's missed a whole bunch. It's missed broadcast time. It's missed everything. It's like I would have to charge you so much that you get a better deal hiring someone probably with more experience than me.
It just becomes insane. That's why. We at Law of Self-Defense, I stopped taking outside legal consults. If you're one of our platinum members, we'll do it for free. But if you're not, I lose money by taking a consult from an outside client. I'm making less money working for you than I am normally. So it just doesn't make sense.
But one thing you've got, which is really smart, and Nick, I know not you've gone to Rumble, you've got locals, but it's always you've got these different sources of income. And I said, when you've got that like diversification triangle, like people can't really fuck with you. It's like you're kind of fuck withable, right? Like you can say fuck you to this person, fuck you to this person. It really doesn't matter.
If one leg gets taken off the stool, you just have to the others hold it up. Well, it's like a 4-leg stool. It's like okay, well one's gone, the 3 will hold it up till I get the other one in replaced.
And one of them is your giant penis that doesn't give a fuck. That's the 4th leg.
That's right. So here's the woke thing. With Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and first person of color on the moon using innovative technologies to explore more of the lunar surface than ever before. Well, I would hope so, because the last time we were there was, 1972 or something? Like, how long ago was this shit? I don't even remember what year it was. But I hope you explore more of the lunar surface than we did 45 years ago. Wait,
but
65 years ago.
It has to be racist and misandrist. It has to be a woman and a person who's not white.
In fact, they have to completely exclude white men from the moon. They're actually going to be banned from the moon and from Mars, probably just banned.
So we will collaborate with commercial and international partners and establish the first long-term presence on the moon. Then we will use what we learn on and around the moon to take the next giant leap, sending the first astronauts to Mars.
That's never going to happen.
You don't think so?
I don't think anyone's sending anyone to Mars. I don't think it's possible.
Ever?
Well, I got to disagree on that one.
I mean, in human history, like we're going to be. I mean, unless you think human history is going to end.
There's a huge problem that many people don't recognize, and that is once you get beyond the Earth's magnetic belt, once you get beyond the moon, you're dealing with solar radiation of unbelievable magnitude that will kill a human dead in a second. And we don't have a good way to shield people from that radiation except with lead plates. We're not putting fucking lead plates into orbit on a spaceship to fly to Mars. So we need to discover some magical way that people could for months fly through space from Earth to Mars without being subject to lethal doses of solar radiation. If someone can figure that out, I'm all ears. But we don't have an answer yet. And until we have an answer to that, no one is going to Mars and still be alive when they get there.
Have you considered that we have a lot of prisoners in the United States and we could strap them due to the low gravity to the astronaut to absorb the lethal radiation while they walk around.
Right, and everyone will be dead. So I didn't say we can't get.
I don't
a
think
human
that's how
to Mars.
lethal radiation works. I don't
We
know.
can't get.
Okay.
We can't get a living human to Mars.
I watched that Mark Wahlberg movie. I'm pretty sure.
Right. They didn't talk about that though, did they? The solar radiation.
Well, I mean, I have heard people say like they're going to make it a one-way trip because that, like with old people, because they'll be so irradiated that they will die. I've heard them acknowledge the fact that their nuts are going to be, fucking vaporized by the radiation. But
You'll just be dead. But whatever. But so what? Even if your version were true, what's the point of that? We're sending people to Mars to die.
If you're if you're 65, 70 years old, terminal cancer or whatever, and they're
all right, so you get there and you're alive, and so what?
But you get to see Mars like that. I think that'd be an interesting thing. Like, hey, I'm going to take that trip because who the fuck else gets to do this ever? Like, I'm going to die anyway.
If it's a one-way trip.
If it's part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, okay, awesome.
Make-A-Wish is not just dying people.
but Branca, people euthanize
live.
themselves all the time, whether they do it legally in Switzerland or whether they take the 22 the 22 retirement program and just bite a bullet, right? I mean,
I get it.
All the time.
And if people want to go and die, that's fine. They can do that. But why would I pay for that? Why would taxpayers pay for that? Why would Elon Musk pay for people to go to Mars just so they can die there?
Mr. Deadman says Matt Damon, not Mark. No, Matt Damon was the Martian. Wasn't Mark Wahlberg in either Ghost of Mars or the other shitty movie that came out at the exact same time as Ghost of Mars that was about Mars? I'm pretty sure Wahlberg was in one of those. What the hell movie was that? There was Ghost of Mars, which was like Ice-T.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, both of these were. It was Ice Cube was one of them, and the other one had who the fuck was it? It had the other black guy in it that I like. Omar, wasn't it? Omar coming from The Wire. Red Planet. Oh,
that was a good one.
Wasn't that? Oh no, that was Val Kilmer. Shit.
The title of a Robert Heinlein novel, which is a good juvenile science fiction book, but the movie was completely different.
Okay, here, let me read. I got a super chat, and then I got to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. Aunt Debbie says Colorado extended its COVID emergency powers to include RSV, influenza, and other respiratory illnesses. What's your rant on this? Have you heard of other states doing the same? My rant on this is simple. I'm going to get real heated. Are you ready? Here comes yelling. I fucking told you. I fucking told you they would do this. Of course they would do this. You gave them the power to do this. Influenza comes around every season. So does RSV. If emergency powers apply to COVID, it'll apply to everything else because everything else is just as transmissible as COVID. They made a big deal out of it. It killed old people and basically no one else. It's not the most dangerous thing in the world unless you live in a nursing home when the nurses are just fucking unsanitary and they already hate you anyway. And the care at nursing homes is the most expensive shit care on the fucking planet. You pay $5,000 to $10,000 a month for someone to literally just pass diseases into your disease-riddled body and kill you. And now it's going to be an emergency power because, of course, it's going to be an emergency power because we all stood by and let the government fuck us with emergency powers for years. And why would they ever stop? Why would they ever stop? What did we do? What did we do to show them that they can't do this to us? What we went. No!
Where was the guillotine? Where was the guillotine when we needed
they
it?
Voted all of them back in. Every single one of those. They said, please, Daddy, reach deep in my prostate and milk it harder. All of them. Newsom, Whitman, Hochul. Every single one that was there sitting by.
I'm going to say it. I'm drinking enough to say it.
Are you going to say Papa
begging to have Donald Trump back, and he fucking started it. And there's no way around that for Trump. There is no way around the fact that he pushed the vaccine. Now, to his credit, he didn't mandate it. He washed his hands and said, let the states do it. But he paved the fucking way for all of this. Like, he gets all this, while he said bleach and ivermectin and whatever, all of the base takes that Trump had on COVID are mitigated by every fucking beta take that Trump had on COVID. And we're as Republicans, we're all just waiting. We're like, oh God, I if Trump runs again, that'll be great. And it's like, Yeah, except Trump is at his core, always was an authoritarian. He
No,
didn't exercise
he had his shot at COVID and he took it, and it was wrong. And I don't
Based
blame
on-
him for that
Based
personally.
on bad information and
I
bad
think
guidance. But
whatever. I think he made the best judgment under the circumstances. I don't think it was a moral failing on his part.
No,
but
it
was
wasn't.
the wrong call. And
No, it was-
I don't want that guy in charge again.
It was
But I will say this,
absolutely
I will say this.
within, real quick, it was absolutely within Trump's authoritarian tendencies that he did not exercise for the rest of his term, which was when Trump first ran. I was so terrified because the way he talked was as an authoritarian populist, which can be really popular. People kind of like it. Authoritarianism works.
got emperors. They like those.
It gets shit done. But at the same time, then Trump got into office and I was surprised because of all the times he didn't act like an authoritarian. And then COVID came around and he started kind of acting like an authoritarian. It was perfectly consistent
Even
with his
worse,
rhetoric.
he let other people act as authoritarians.
Trump brought us Fauci.
Right. And he let Fauci act as an authoritarian.
Right. He
never
didn't
tried
fire
to-
him.
Right.
And he
So-
didn't fire Fauci. He should have fired Fauci. That was that after the first couple months when it was clear that it was full of shit. It should have been like, yeah, you're fucking gone, bro. And when he started contradicting him, I mean, it should have been a wrap.
I would have
mean,
fired
that
him
should not-
immediately.
That would have been gone.
Yeah.
The second you contradicted him.
But
He did it with everybody else, which was weird, right? Like everybody else who contradicted him got fired except for Fauci, which makes me wonder how strong is the special interest.
But we have given our government all the permission they need to lock us down whenever they want. And eventually it'll be too much. Eventually there will be a Canadian trucker thing where they just send the trucks to DC. And oh my God, watch. I don't want to be the trucker in DC, by the way. You're getting
Well,
shot.
our truckers have guns.
Yeah, but so we have feds that will shoot them.
Right. That goes both ways.
Yeah, that's a very terrifying process.
I'm not saying that's a good outcome, but that's what happens.
So, gentlemen, if you can give me a second to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back.
Yeah, just rip it.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to go
Rip
right
it.
here. I got a bucket.
You got a fucking bottle, you stick it in. Holy shit. But yeah, no, I mean, people pointing out the digital dollar. Yeah, that's another crazy thing too, that the digital dollar, like the CBDCs, which are coming, were created in the pandemic relief bill. It's crazy how much shit they pushed during the pandemic and how many restrictions they pushed and things they pushed during the pandemic that people just haven't.
It's weird how authoritarians are always authoritarian. They're always
right, it is
advancing.
weird consistently, right?
They never sleep, right? They never sleep. That's all that's their mission, is pursuing that.
Yeah.
The ratchet only works in one direction.
Yeah, and the thing is, people, you know, I think you came with the black pill, Branca, you know, where hey, it's gone too far. But I hear people make a lot of arguments saying, oh, it's swinging back the other way. There's momentum. People are speaking out.
No, it's not. It's
You
not. Show me.
What?
We
Well,
just had
well,
the midterms. Where's the counter swing?
Well, the counter swing is not in the main populace, but there's definitely alternative media being formed, right? I mean, you can see alternative media.
You mean like Twitter?
Like Twitter, Rumble, you know, alternative platforms, alternative payment platforms are coming out.
Okay. Well, I think Rumble still has to
Slowly.
prove itself, but it looks promising. Elon taking over Twitter is great, but listen, if the 330 million people in America are expecting we're going to be saved by Lord Elon because he bought Twitter, that's a fantasy.
No, that's fucking delusional. That's delusional.
That's not a survivable society, that a billionaire buys a social media company and suddenly your whole nation and world and posterity is saved.
But when a businessman who is literally just trying to make business and literally is trying to push meritocracy is being painted as a far right Republican conspiracy theorist,
Of
right?
course,
The
because
Overton window has shifted, and it's shifted to a way in which when the businesses start failing, when we drop into a deeper recession, which
tomorrow Elon Musk has a heart attack and dies. What happens then?
He's not the only dude out there. He's not the only dude doing things. He's just the biggest.
So he is, though.
The
He
biggest
is.
target. He's the biggest.
Who
the
else
name.
is buying Twitter?
Mark
Nobody else
Lindell.
is buying
Mark
Twitter.
Lindell, the fucking My Pillow guy, buys Twitter.
He did not buy it.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So, I mean, I would just suggest that if we think of our society as being saved by Elon, and I love Elon, I think he's great, But if our society, the future of our society is hinged on some guy who became a billionaire, born in South Africa, became an American, he's going to save all of America. He's not fucking George Washington. He's just a dude who, by the way, married the same woman twice and banged Amber Heard. I mean, he's not like he's perfect.
No, he's definitely not perfect. He's made a lot of fuck ups, including Amber Heard. But at least he hit it and quit it, and he didn't put a baby in her. Like, at least he had that going for him. Like,
I think a lot of money went from Elon to Amber, but
that's true. But he had the money, right? So, like, to him, it wasn't a lot of money, right?
Right.
That's the amazing thing. Can you imagine being a 200 billionaire and going, "What's 500K?"
Like, yeah, 500K is nothing for him.
Sneeze.
It's literally nothing for him.
It's cute. It's
a $5 super chat.
It's $5.
Right.
It's actually much less.
I'll confess, I do that all the time. I have to talk to my wife about this all the time. She's like, "Oh, we have this. There's whatever a problem, a challenge, a dilemma we're facing." It's like she doesn't know how to deal with it. I'm like, "Well, can we spend money to make that problem go away?" And she's like, "Well, yeah, we could spend like this much." I'm like, "So let's just fucking do that and make the problem go away."
Right.
I mean, if I can spend money to make the problem go away, I'll just go make more money. I mean, and the problem's gone. To me, that's a win.
It's so interesting.
Yeah, it's easier. It's easier. It's way easier to do that. And that's training your mind to think a different way, right? If you can just say, "Hey, can I just solve this problem? And does it save me time to make more money?" Because like you said, in that time that you've recaptured, you can now go out and make more fucking money.
I can recreate the money. I can't recreate the time.
I was in a philosophical debate. So I'll ask you guys this same question. It was in my locals chat a while back. We were talking about body modification in general. It was about tattoos. There are guys who like don't like tattoos on women. I like tattoos on women, so for me,
I've come around on that. I used to be against it, but now I have no problem with it.
If guys don't like tattoos on women, let me just suggest to you
Doesn't it
that
depend on the woman?
let me just
Well, it
suggest
depends on
to
your
you
intentions too.
that every single tattoo on a woman is an opportunity for you to learn something and hear her story. And guess what women want to do is tell you their story about themselves and why they have this tattoo. And if you don't see that as an opportunity, I mean, find something else. Like if you're like, "Oh, I must have pure skin," and that's cool. Like, I don't care if that's what you want to do, but you should look at these things as opportunities. And if a woman has a full sleeve of tattoos that are all different, like, there's a reason she chose all those things. So ask what they are. And
Right,
guess what? You've just made your first date.
Yeah, but don't give her your real name.
well, I think I was actually having this conversation, and your wife, Nick, I believe she got most of her tattoos after you guys were married, right?
Yeah, I think she and I got tattoos in college right before we got married. We got them together, and then I think the rest of them are all after.
See, I think there's a fundamental difference between a girl who the majority are after she's married or after she's with you, and the majority are before. That is a categorical difference.
Yes.
Maybe. I'm not I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on. Now, I think it can get unreasonable, and I don't think people, like, in general, I think tattoos should be something that people, we're getting way off my intended topic.
This is a great topic. This is a fantastic topic, especially with Branca. I mean,
it's going to get different in a second though. Because I'm going to switch this and turn it around on guys. But I think you should get tattoos very intentionally because they are permanent body modifications. I think any permanent body modification should be really fucking intentional and should have a lot of thought going into it.
Half these bras are baby mamas. That's a body modification.
Okay, here. But
I'm getting a new tattoo in January, and I've been thinking about it for a year and a half. Like,
so I was comparing tattoos to a different type of body modification for guys, for example, because I was like, someone was saying, well, a tattoo is just like this ornamentation that's not useful and not validating or whatever. And then I said, okay, if a guy could just get biceps, right? Like, just go in and just get biceps, would that boost his self-esteem? And they're like, no, it's the work you put in. I'm like, bullshit. Like, to some extent, sure. But the external validation of having bigger arms or whatever Like guys would do that in a heartbeat. Of course you would, because it's all about reducing the amount of time that you spend doing anything to get the desired results. And I'm sorry, but shoulders and biceps drop pants. Like that's the reality. So if that's what you're going for, it's like I worked really hard for this. It took me 3 years of natty gains, or I could go in and hook up to a machine and I have functional biceps and shoulders. I'm going to take the machine every day. Maybe I'm the idiot, but I'll be the idiot all day.
Nick, there's a thing called tren. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
There's a thing called what?
Which, like, that's the steroid, like on speed, right? Like, it's like a horse steroid.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so first of all, synthol is gross and weird, and synthol doesn't look right. I'm talking about if you could actually create real
just inject
muscle development,
like just like boom, inject it, and it actually is a real muscle. It's not.
And guys say no to, like, oh no, it's about the hard work. And I'm like, then why do people do steroids? Like even creatine and protein powders and whatever, all of the optimizing nutrition, that's all a shortcut to this stuff. Because of course you want the fucking shortcut to it. Like that's silly.
Yeah. Well, and you showed and we were talking the other day about a military press guy, who was just shoulders guy, shoulder bro.
Just shoulders.
But shoulder bro is a fucking hack. Shoulder bro, and like what I'm wearing, like a black t-shirt, shoulder bro gets puss all day, every single fucking day. And guys are gonna take shortcuts if they work, right? If they work. But here's the thing: there's so many guys out there and people out there trying to sell you a shortcut that doesn't fucking work.
Right? You got to factor in the trade-off.
Yes.
Like, because long before YouTube, just talking to other guys on like Facebook or whatever, being in different groups, you'll find guys who are like, no, a steroid rotation is this, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not really comfortable with the potential adverse effects of steroids. They're also illegal. Or some of them are illegal. So like. This, if you don't have the right guidance on it, and some of these guys are like, oh yeah, you just order the steroid from India, and I'm like, well, that's fucking shady.
What the hell is that?
I'm not into that thing.
But I know a veterinarian that can prescribe you this. It's like, whoa, holy fuck, I mean, it's
Jay Rocklaw, you dare me to stand up? Why? You want to take a peek at my dick? Like, because my camera's gonna be pointed right at my dick. You want me to stand up? I mean, I can. I don't know what good that's going to do you, but no, I have notoriously small shoulders and small arms. I know, believe me.
But I honestly, I don't get it. If you're under 30, just go to the gym and lift weights and you'll make muscle. When you're over 30, admittedly, my experience, it's harder to build that muscle just lifting weights.
Well,
but you make money. You replace the muscle with money.
But it does. But I mean, I guess you can replace it with money. But I think it's still even over 30, Branca. I think it pays to just at least have an average physique, right? Like I'm not saying be fucking.
But that's not hard to do.
You still, I mean, working out like
57.
Once a week, is a lot for people. Once or twice a week. Going and working out once or twice a week, even if it's on the fucking weekend. I think you beat 90% of men in America. Like you fucking smoke them, right? Just doing that, and also, by the way, getting your T checked. Because that's the thing that maybe your generation, Branca, doesn't have an issue with, but my generation, I mean, the levels have dropped so low. People are getting tested, and they're in like the 100s, 200s. I mean, that's like female level T levels in millennials and Zoomers.
I don't know what's going on there. I hear news reports that testosterone is dropping catastrophically.
No, that's real.
So to me, it's weird because like I'm 57 years old. I get my testosterone tested when I go to my annual physical. It's normal range, and I'm old, and I can't imagine what it would be like to be a guy who's like 20 years old and you have like half the normal testosterone. I mean, you're a woman, really.
I think it's literally the sedentary. I think it's the sedentary nature of most employment. Like employment is shifting dramatically towards sitting somewhere.
And diet.
Like
I think diet too. That and
bad.
Diet. Combine those two and yeah, you're fucked.
Miss Kitty says, I think I've given birth to babies bigger than Nick is. Wider. I'm much fucking taller. I'm much taller than your babies.
But I mean, in America, we allow men to vote, and thanks in scare quotes, thanks to the 19th Amendment, we allow women to vote. I think we need a new constitutional amendment if we're going to let low T men vote. I mean, that's
low T men worse than women.
I mean,
I think so.
Yeah, that's how you get the bad laws.
No, because
that's where you get the simps.
Yes,
that's actually the thing. Drexel always says that. Like, don't hate the women, don't hate the thoughts, hate the simps who enable them. Like, hate the beta dudes who are backing. And I will agree fully that the male feminist is the most dangerous person to any female around.
Predator. Yep.
They're a fucking predator every single time. Not that guys need to like be adverse to women or anything, but the guys who are like, no, women's like whatever, like stop. We know why you joined the drum circle, bro. Everybody knows why you joined the drum circle. We can smell the ass on your dick. Stop it. Go away.
I don't know. I feel so old sometimes talking to you guys, but not you guys personally, but the chat in general. It's like, in my generation, if you were just a man, you could get women.
But Branca, this is what the 80s was like, right? We don't understand the 80s, right? Like the idea, that concept is just foreign, right? Where you could just talk to people and end up banging somebody, like, you know, in a barroom bathroom, like without
like
much
every
trouble.
night if you wanted to, right? I mean, just
and it's still possible for, like you said, a certain percentage of people, right? With the dating apps, right? It's pretty much for free if you're within a certain category, but that band has narrowed.
And I think the internet, and like as much as porn has changed the game, like easy access to porn has changed sort of perceptions for men on women, and not always in the best ways. I think just the internet in general and mass media have changed the perceptions of what is acceptable for a man, right? Like, because you're talking about this time where like you just be a man and you can get women. Well, now you can't just be a man, like legitimately. And if you go with the 666 thing, which is kind of memey, but also kind of true, it's like, well, you can't just be a man. You have to be a man. You have to be in shape, and you have to make money, and you have to be relatively in shape.
No, that's for women to want to marry you. Women will bang a guy who's just attractive and broke. Women,
but he's got to be attractive.
He's gotta be
attractive.
Right, sure. But you don't need all of them. I'm saying.
But the attractive part.
You need to be 6 foot. You need to have the 6-pack, but you don't have to have the 6.
Or be really confident, right? Or be really, really confident. Because if you're like super confident fat guy, you have game, sure, maybe, right? I've seen those guys get laid too. But like those are a very small percentage of guys. Like when I would go out in Orlando, like, and I would just see who's approaching girls, like it was a very small segment of people that were actually like actively approaching people.
It's crazy.
Stayed on their own.
I hear from women today in their 20s are like, well, how tall does your guy have to be? And she's like, well, 6'2". I'm like, you know how fucking many people are 6'2"? Like maybe
at least
4%, 5% of men.
And he's a manlet.
I'm 6'1". There's not a lot of rooms I walk into where people are taller than me.
I didn't realize you were 6'1". I thought you were shorter than that.
No, I'm 5'1",
it's the camera.
really,
Because I get it all the time when people come to my
your camera angle here. I'll maybe I'll look taller like this.
There you go. I can't wait till I buy a second camera and start a locals exclusive cock cam where it's just focused on my dick the entire time.
And that will be the most super chatted camera of all of the Canada Law history. The dick cam will be the most super chatted.
But it's weird because when I go to conventions or whatever, people always like, they meet me, they're like, holy shit, you're fucking tall. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, I don't think of myself as tall. I think of myself as just this, but it really is a small percentage of people who are that tall, right. I guess. And then Mindset's over here like, my goofy ass, I'm taller than you. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you.
but at the same time, these women are
goddamn sea.
These women are all liars. They'll say, well, I need a guy who's 6 feet tall. But if they meet a guy who's 5'8", who's got game, they're banging that guy. They break their own rules.
They just don't.
And they
talk
call
about
it
that
chemistry. They say we had a connection. They put it all in emotional terms. But the truth is, they just got sexually attracted to that guy, so they'll bang him.
No,
they
but
break their own rules all the time.
But this is it's interesting because this is the truncation of, and this is kind of what I was talking about with the internet and social media, is Like there's a bunch of guys who are 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", 5'5", whatever, who are great, wonderful guys. Like they make a bunch of money. They're super nice. They'd be great husbands or whatever. But it's not about that. It's about getting past the initial screen, like the screen test of, oh, well, he doesn't meet these external characteristics that I'm judging on. And women face the same thing, right? Like there's a bunch of great women.
No, no, they don't.
I love it.
They don't. Women are born with value.
Nice try. Very nice try, Rekieta. You tried to be smooth. You tried to be smooth.
I was sliding it in there.
You fucking Joe Neerman that one.
I was lubed up and everything, and I just missed.
Any woman who on a scale of 10 is 4 and above gets male attention because she's 4 and above, because she's a woman. She gets that attention. Men have to earn that attention. They have to build something to get that attention. Either they have to be physically attractive, or they have to have money or height. I mean, you can't make your height, but men who don't have height can at least try to make money. But men have to earn that attention. Women just have it for just being women.
If you're not hanging by a horse bit to try and get taller, like win your teeth to try and get taller, then you're not trying hard enough, men. Get taller.
If you're not looks maxed, you will die alone in a corner. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
No, but that's what you were saying, right? Mindset. You were saying that like it used to be you did this thing or this thing. Today, right. Because and I think it's because of the mass exposure and shit like Tinder, like you have to be both to get past that initial hurdle. Once you get past that initial hurdle, and a shorter, not in shape guy can certainly get past that initial hurdle. He has to do something else. He has to be wildly charming. He has to do something. Yeah,
funny,
to get that
confident, rich, huge dick, like, or just really good in bed.
But he has to be in the top 1% of those things.
Yes,
he has to be an extreme outlier in those other things. He can't just be kind of funny.
I'm going to tell you though, like, guys, first of all, men out there, I got to say this from time to time. You're not a piece of shit. You're not a piece of shit. Men, I don't know who needs to hear it. Someone in the audience does. You're not a piece of shit just because you're a man. No, you're not.
Right. If you're willing to show up and do the work, my friend, I would tell you, just be patient. Be patient for another decade. Show up, do the fucking work. You'll be successful. And at that point, a decade later, the vagina will be throwing itself at you.
It'll be fucking suicide bombing you like you're a U.S. carrier coming for Japan in World War II.
You'll be walking around like that guy from The Walking Dead with the bat with the barbed wire wrapped around it. You'll be beating off. Well, that's
okay.
I should have said that.
Andrew, I'm going to mute you for saying that. No, but I'm going off your point though, because you said you got to be in the top 1% of these things. This is the most interesting thing that I have found about meeting people and actually talking to them and listening, is that being in the top 1% of something, so many guys are that it's embarrassing because there are so many things out there to be good at.
Right.
Like, guys, you have a thing. You have a thing that you are actually in the top 1% of, probably out there. It's weird to think there isn't a perfectly average guy. I know Idiocracy was hilarious because they picked Luke Wilson as a perfectly average guy in all things, but like, there's so many things out there, and all you have to do is find that thing you're in the top 1% of, and you have to maximize it, like play to your strengths because it's real, like, and use that to build your confidence and go talk to people. But my God, if I could give one piece of advice to men that I think is getting lost over and over, is at the end of the day, fucking listen. Like, listen and pay attention to what's going on, because you also have to recognize what she's at the top 1% of. Like, it's an exchange. And that's this critical nature, is that there is an interplay that goes on. And if you can't figure out that back and forth, it doesn't matter how cool or Chadley you are. It's not going to work.
But I'll also say that we live in a world where, they say it's a man's world. It's a man's world. And I agree it is. But in terms of the legal structure, the social structure, it's a woman's world. Women run the HR departments. They run the corporations. They run the legal system. The divorce courts are run by women. All the rules are made by women. All of that is controlled by women. But all the world outside of that, men, What women bring to the table is their youth, their femininity, and their beauty. And that goes away. That goes away. That lasts for about 10 years, 15 years. What men bring to the table, we can build. We can fabricate ourselves. We can make ourselves more fit, more money, more capable, more game with women. We have the power to build into ourselves things. Women can never make themselves younger. A woman at 35 might be very attractive, but she's not more attractive than she was at 25. Those things go away. They're gone
I disagree
forever.
on that, but
nope. Sorry. You can disagree all you want. You're wrong. But
Yeah,
you can call me wrong all day, but
I can make a point for both y'all says, but I know what Andrew's trying to say.
no,
there are exceptional cases where you can have a woman who's more attractive at 35 than 25, but that's not the norm. And I'm talking about the norm.
Right. And
the norm for men is a man at 20 has less resources, less game, less money, less skill than he does at 30 or 40.
I would never want to be 20 again.
Right.
I would never want to be 20 again.
No. You as a man would not want to be 20. Right.
No.
But
Yes.
I will gladly hit fast forward 10 years to 45 and be richer, better, more successful, because I know that's where I will be.
And then you'll be able to bang all the 20-year-olds you want.
As much as I want.
I was going to say, if I could bring everything I know, have built, and all my money back to when I was 20, I would be 20 in a heartbeat, because it would be hilarious to be 20 like I am at 40. That would be fucking fun and ridiculous. But that's not how it works, right? Like you don't get to turn back the clock.
You know what women at 40 would do if they could suddenly become 20? They get married instantly.
Maybe.
No, that's 100%. That's 100%. They would get married to the guy that they missed the opportunity on. They get married to the guy that they could have married, but they chose to hit a pass on.
Like that Katy Perry song.
Wrecking Ball?
The one that got away. That was Miley Cyrus.
Oh, okay.
God, you misogynist. You misogynist and not understand. Look, I'm a sensitive man. I'm a male feminist. TMF Squid says there's only certain times of the year that has a launch window to even get a path to Mars, let alone waiting for the right part of the sun's cycle so they don't intake too much radiation. Yeah, it takes a lot of planning, and you have to launch in certain ways. You might have to like slingshot around something. Be great. Well, that doesn't address the problem that you talked about, which is radiation. Right. But you're not a physicist, so I don't trust you anyway.
Your trajectory is more radiation. They're all dead when they get there. So
that's funnier to me. Actually, when it just slams into the surface of Mars because there was no one to land the fucking ship. And they go, well, damn.
That sucks.
Who's next? Next group. Go.
But you had people in the chat saying, I'll go, send me, I'm in.
Of course.
Yeah.
They don't know. They watch the movie.
Even if you die halfway there, it's something amazing.
And we might invent something. We might try to invent something that prevents that, Branca, that drives us to solve that
awesome.
problem.
Do that. That's great. I hope we do that. I would love to have a human colony on Mars. That would be fantastic. But to believe we're going to do that next year is ridiculous.
Not next year, no. But I mean, you said never in human history, and I'm like, all right, bro. Like, I think we've got some time.
We don't have the means to do it. We'd have to develop the means to counter that radiation. The radiation out there, folks, when you're in space outside the electromagnetic protection of the Earth, you're in a microwave oven. You're in a microwave oven from the sun. You're being cooked all the time, every second. You're not doing that for months and being alive when you get to Mars.
5 Ilver 42. I think it's supposed to be Silver 42. Hey, Nick, rather than eat a hand grenade, I've decided I'm going to try putting my life savings into making a video game. Go to Martia, Martia, M-A-R-T-I-A. It's probably pronounced Martia, but martiagame.com to join the early mailing list. The grenade can wait. And guys, do not eat a hand grenade unless you're one of the perpetrators of the COVID crisis. Everybody else, please stay alive. Stay alive. God, I fucking hear it all the time. Do you guys get this? Like, people
Not
send
on
me
the
like,
level, not on the level that you do. Not on the level that you. I get it sometimes, and I get the people with the DMs that, hey, you saved my life. You kept me from X, Y, and I go, dude, never think about that. Like, never even get it so far the fuck out of your mind. You can always. I've been in those places, and you can always move forward and be in a much better place. 5-10 years from now, you're going to think.
I think it must just be part of being prominent on social media. I mean, I don't think of myself as prominent, but I guess I kind of am. But I get those things all the time, and I always tell people, listen, what you're thinking about is a long-term solution to a short-term problem. Just hang in there, man. We've all been there. We've all been through rough stretches, and if you just hang in there through it, you'll get through the other side, and you'll be happy again. But you don't want to take the end now. That would be a tragedy.
No, you will go through, this sounds depressing, but you're going to go through a bunch of lows in your life. But guess what? You're going to go through a whole shitload of positive things and good stuff, and you're going to miss out on so much. And just please, like, man, all of us have been in the fucking dumpster. I don't know about mindset, but I know, Branca, you've been at a pretty low place.
I've been in some fucking dumpsters, Nick.
Well,
like,
I figured because you're in Korea that was probably true at some point.
They don't even have dumpsters here. Their trash system is far more organized than in America. Let's just be fucking clear about that.
No, I'm kidding, of course, but because everybody goes through it. It's not unique to any particular person to go through a fucking shit show part of your life.
I just get it. I've never been in a point where I thought, I wanted to end myself, or maybe I'm too narcissistic and egotistic to think that way. But I've been in places where I'm like, holy shit, I can certainly understand why somebody in this position would feel that way, and don't do it, because it passes. The bad spot passes. You get through it, and it becomes a cocktail joke you talk about later. Just push through it. Don't let the moment make you succumb to making the ultimate decision against yourself.
Karamachat says American truckers protested already. They drove from California to DC. In DC, there was a roadblock they couldn't get through. Sad you don't know that. No, I do know that. Did you notice the difference between the DC protests and the Canadian one? One worked, and the other one was in America, the land of the free, and they got fucked. Like, I know but eventually, by the way, there will be enough lockdown bullshit. There will be enough authoritarian control where the truckers won't be stopped by a roadblock.
But you can't be a trucker in America and be a protester, because you're a trucker because you have a commercial driver's license that's validated by the federal government. And the federal government takes a piss on you, you lose your job, you lose your career. So you're in a very vulnerable position as a truck driver in America. You're basically licensed by the federal government. So if you protest the federal government and they decide, all right, we want you to be done, that's it. You have $100,000 truck that you bought for. You have a mortgage on that truck. Like most people have a mortgage on their house. And suddenly you're not legally allowed to drive that truck anymore because you pissed off the government because of your speech.
Yep. It's crazy. But at some point, this is my thing, is like, we didn't actually, for whatever reason, we didn't get to that tipping point in the US. I don't know if it was because of our state by state system that just didn't unite everybody. Canada was actually harsher on lockdowns than we were. Whatever it is, we didn't get to the point where we would decide to lock down the capital with physical blockades. And first of all, when he gets to that point, it won't just be truckers. It'll be people just with cars. It'll be everybody. They'll just be blocking the fucking roads. The trucks are the roadblocks. The cars can be the filler. When it comes, we'll know. And we didn't get there because either we're too tolerant. Do we think our founders would have not gotten there during COVID? Like, do we think that would have been acceptable in 1790?
Not even close. I mean, we're talking about like taxes were revolt worthy.
But listen, to be fair, if you really studied the American Revolution, it didn't happen overnight.
Right.
The founding fathers spent decades building up the momentum to overthrow British rule in America. It wasn't a 1 week affair. It was literally decades of effort to do that. So you have to build up this popular consensus and emotion and feeling towards doing something that's a very difficult thing to do. Maybe we're on the path towards that. I'd like to think so. I don't really believe it, but hopefully we are. Or maybe the other side has spent the last 5 decades waging their own warfare against what we would think of as fundamental American principles, and they're winning. It's a scary prospect to consider, but that's where we're at.
Joe Schmo, 1 of 3, says, it's still my birthday, so share a sip with me as I sample Ben Ramak Speyside. Cheers to you, brother. I'm still drinking Yellow Spot because it's really fucking good. All right, next we've got SC Medic 71. The Magus, would you pay them as much as lawyers? Misty 86444. Faces of Death Rekieta style. Kind of seems like that tonight. We're watching a whole bunch of people get killed. The Magus 93. If they had to go through the training of a higher extent, then yes, I would probably could pay for it with the billions that went to Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, there's I don't know how much. See, this is the interesting thing about law enforcement. I'm commenting on law enforcement in the system that we have, but I think the system that we have is actually a shit version of law enforcement. And I kind of want to go back. I kind of want to go back to how law enforcement used to be, where I'm not expecting a cop to show up at my door to solve my problems, where I solve my problems and cops serve warrants and investigate. Like
they're not social workers.
Right. And we've turned them into social workers now. We've turned them into interventionists and a peacekeeping force that they were never intended to be. And in fact, the way we define police now might be violative of the actual Constitution as it was envisioned in 1790.
Because I just can't imagine the founders would be okay with cops showing up on your fucking door at a routine basis, questioning you about shit they should have no fucking business questioning you about. I just can't imagine the founders
without a warrant.
Right. I think the founders would expect us to shoot the fucking police when they come to our house. If it was put back in 1776 and there were redcoats coming and knocking on their doors, right? I think the founders would have had a problem with that.
How did we put it in the Declaration of Independence? We said these British officers have been plaguing us with a plethora of minor offenses. They've just been picking at us like little Karens with all these little minor offenses. Is that not what we're experiencing today?
Yeah. Yes. It's literally what we get constantly. And like, we're supposed to pretend that that's not what happened. And that's not what sparked all this. And that we have representation. Do you guys, like in Minnesota, I don't feel represented. I never feel represented. I have a bunch of fucking communists running my state.
Look, I voted in the Florida election. Do I believe Marco Rubio represents my interests? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Very small, wonderful, like tiny hands, barely able to play a small violin. What is this?
It's so funny because it's true. Oh, this was in your chat. I just wanted to point out to all the people screaming at me how much of a misogynist I am from a woman. I've actually been seriously assessing, I guess, reassessing my life and relationships since I started listening to Branca. I've come to the decision that I need to date someone at least 15 years older than me. You go, girl. That's exactly the right decision. My wife would totally agree with you.
But here's the thing, Andrew. Every girl I've ever spoken to said, you know what? I started dating, like I gave an older guy a chance, and they never regret it. They never regret it. A 25-year-old girl goes on that date with the 40-year-old guy. She learned something.
Because we're not low T.
Well, because
we got all the
money
T,
too, right? Which is
all the T and all the D and all the.
It's also just. Do you guys remember who you were when you were 20? You're fucking retards. Like I remember me at 20. I'm like, God, what a dumbass. Like, what was I doing with life? I was stumbling my way through some like fucking unformed view of how I should go through college.
I'll tell you what us older guys do with younger women. And my wife is 15 years younger than me. We both treat them like ladies, like women. We presume they're deserving of respect. They get all our attention. They get all our resources. We take them to nice places, but we also check them. We are not fucking simps. We are not taking bullshit. We are a check on whatever whimsical female authority they want to throw around. And the women you'd want to date respect that. They respect that. They want a man who's in authority. They want a man who's a leader. And if you do those two things, but you have to be able to do both those things. If you're a sad ass loser, fuck you. You're not doing your end of the deal. But if you're capable of representing yourself to women, you can treat them like they deserve to be treated, and you will not be disrespected by that woman. That's the guy that woman wants to be with.
SNG says 5 years, yes, but we are now moving into 6 years. Okay, yes, correct, Steve. Thank you. Cledge Finner, Nick could do a class on shaming people. Isn't defamation. The class could be one nonstop ramp.
How to shame people without defaming someone. 101 by Nick.
Perfect. Corny Buttknuckles says, wouldn't it be more effective protest for truckers to just quit delivering to the cities and wait for them to get hungry enough to negotiate? Probably. Yeah. Probably, because we've so cucked rail.
That'll take one day.
We put price floors on rail. The U.S. trucking system exists the way it does largely because of price floors that we put on rail, because rail is way more efficient for the long-term delivery. Like
economically, it's free. It's free to roll cargo on rails. It costs nothing really, except for the labor agreements.
Yeah, and the price floor on shipping, where we're like, well, you got to pay at least this much. It's like, but that's not the economy that we're dealing with here. But okay, but all we would need is like last 10-mile delivery if we just utilize rail, but we don't, or we put it into trucker. We built an industry, but now we've built it, and we have to recognize that it exists. I'm not besmirching it, but if we wanted to really fuck over the entire country, if every trucker just quit it would take, like Andrew said, it'd take a day. Your Walmarts are restocked 4 times a week. I mean,
yeah, that's right. Yep. One day and all the stores are empty.
And society resets.
Oversoul says, why would DeSantis abandon his state for 2 years? Makes no sense. Makes tons of sense if you're going to become president. Let's see. Camelot says you can utilize my rail, Nick. Well, don't threaten me with a good time. Bear Lamb says, I think you forgot the gold advertisement. No, we did a Birch Gold ad, didn't I? Yeah, I did one.
Yep.
Pig Riser, direct quote from NASA's website. With Artemis missions, NASA will land the first woman and first person of color on the moon. Oversoul, I've seen the great documentary Iron Sky. I know we already sent a man of color to the moon under the command of a women president. Nice try, trolls.
So true.
I couldn't watch
We live
that
in a propaganda
movie.
life. People believe that's true, by the way. People believe that's reality. If you were to talk to college kids, they'd be like, no, didn't we already send a black guy to the moon?
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Oh, just talk to him.
No, I would prefer not to talk to anyone college age ever again in my entire life, frankly. Seek the Light says, I agree. Mars is out. I read the same thing. Also, when NASA last focused on women in space, did the Challenger explode?
What's this button do?
What was the Challenger and then the Columbia? Both of them had notable female presences. One of my favorite articles on menarbetterthanwomen.com, which is a website owned by my friend Dick Masterson for years, was when he talked about the time that the first bag of tools was lost by an astronaut in space. It was a woman on a spacewalk. She dropped a bag of wrenches.
Of course she did.
Floats off into space forever.
And then she lied about it.
Damn it.
It was your fault. It was your fault, Nick.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Tiffin says, my father helped me create the fuel that took man to the moon back then. He told me the fuel was acid-based and that it scarred his lungs. Damn.
Could be.
Sir Cox-a-lot says, your balls belong to Sir Cox-a-lot. Okay.
Come get him.
Teki Shinichi says, only allow the employed to vote, and maybe the retired, those who are actually paying taxes, the retired pay their dues. I disagree. I think net taxpayers I don't think just the employed. A
Net
lot of people who are
taxpayers, yeah.
employed who take money out of the system, myself included, a couple years back, before I got on like the good grift. I mean, I was making money.
Yes.
I
only,
was just,
only the people with skin in the game should be voting.
right.
Service guarantee citizenship. Let's go to Starship Troopers, baby. Let's do it.
I was making money. I was gainfully employed, but I also had multiple children and earned income credits, and I became a net tax extractor real fucking fast. And my tax day was great. Do you know what it's like to do your tax return and get $7,000 back? Like you get $7,000 from the government. And I say back in the wrong way. It's not like I paid in $7,000. No. Earned income credits, brother.
Oh, I thought. All right.
If you max.
Oh, you're a welfare daddy.
when you're self-employed and you can control your actual income very specifically, there's a maximum threshold, and it's like if you make like $39,000 a year or whatever.
Don't go into too much detail, Nick. We're all in the same boat.
I understand. I mean, I got some foreign deductions I'm taking this year, and last year. It's great.
You make the exact right amount, and the government just cuts you a check. I think my biggest was $9,000 that the government cut a check for, and then I got audited, and they're like, they decided, they're like, it was actually the easiest audit in the world because all I had to do was show my income and how it matched exactly with what I claimed. They're like, no, you didn't make any money. I'm like, oh, right. I just lied about making money to the government. That makes sense. But I just showed them exactly what I made, like the exact trail of money or whatever. But it's like $9,000. The government just cut a check. And I was like, I didn't pay in shit. I was self-employed. I would have had to pay in later. That was actually a reduced amount because it gets reduced by Social Security and shit when you file. But yeah, no, that was, I used to love tax day. Now I fucking hate it. It's my worst day of my life. Fame a lot. My first Rumble rant to the nose, send a Baldo. Well, we'll see. Jason of TGA says, no Tie Branca. Woot. I think it moved. Should I worry? Yes, you should. You're definitely gay. TMF Squid. The last time U.S. truckers had a successful strike/protest, it was over pay issues, and the strike ended up causing a driver team to get so angry they blew a massive hole into I-44 in Joplin, Missouri. Damn.
Well, you shouldn't do that.
Correct.
But I will note for all the American truckers out there, and they know this better than me, we're importing a lot of Mexican and Central American truck drivers into America every day. And the reason we're doing that is that so you guys don't have the power of the strike.
Ryan Acorn, Branca and Andrew, I'm 35, 6 foot even. I'm better than average shape and just over 100K. What age range of women should I be looking at? Dude,
nothing
whatever
over 25.
Whatever you want, though, like, is the answer.
No, that's the wrong answer. Nothing over 25.
Well,
nothing over 25.
But it depends on what you want, right? If you're just trying to smash at any age, it doesn't matter, right?
Oh, no. I mean, right. I'm assuming marriage.
If you want to marry.
If you're just dating, bang an 80-year-old. I don't care.
It doesn't
bang whatever you want.
Gives a fuck, right? Whatever you want.
Dating. Right. If you're talking about someone to marry, then 25 is the max.
I'd concur.
I don't agree. I'll disagree with you guys, but that's okay.
No, I know you do. You go gay at moments like this. I don't know about you, Nick. It's
you don't need to know about me. I just don't. Don't
pay attention to Nick. It's yeah. I know he's wrong.
For this specific person, it would make zero sense. It would make 0 sense for him to date.
It depends on It depends on what they're looking for completely.
No, it doesn't really matter what they're looking for. It's always the same thing. You want to have kids. You want to have a woman without a bunch of trauma.
What if they don't want to have kids?
Tyrone? So they still want a woman without a bunch of trauma from banging 100 Chad, Tyrones, and Pookies.
What if women don't bang a bunch of Chads, Tyrones, and Pookies?
Then they're not living in the Western world at the age of 25. Like, what the fuck are you not? That's not possible. Nick, this is where you're not being out there kind of shows, because like there's not a 25-year-old woman in America who doesn't have a disability or a major problem that's not banged a lot of dudes by 25.
So if they've hit,
that doesn't exist anymore. Like,
if
show me
they've
that
hit
girl.
30 or 35, the body counts in triple digits, and that's
easily.
That's centuries of trauma that the guy who rescues them has to deal with. Fuck that. That's not the guy's responsibility. Don't deal with those women. Let them go their own way. They made their choices. That's fine. It's a free country. They can bang whoever they want, however many men they want, whatever body count they want, they can do. But I don't need to rescue them. They get to go on their raft off into the distance from the Titanic on their own. And I'll date the 25-year-old.
Man, I don't know if I could even talk to a 25-year-old.
Oh, it's easy. Especially when they're not talking.
There's 22 hours of the day where they are, though.
No.
Why are you spending 22 hours of the day with them, Nick?
You guys do marriage different than I do, I guess. Fungi Funhouse, best 3 whiskeys for 30 to 40 bucks. Holy shit. Are there 3 good whiskeys at 30 to 40 bucks? Yeah, I have one. I don't know if you can find it. It depends if you're close to Virginia. Bowman Brothers. This is great. 40 bucks. This is fantastic.
Where's the bottle I got you?
It's right here.
I would hope so.
It's right here. I love this bottle.
Oh, you earned it, man. Thank you so much.
It's my favorite.
The best head I ever got was from Nick Rekieta.
Okay. But
Just
for
kidding, just kidding.
30 to 40 bucks. No, okay, so here we go. I will say that Bowman Brothers is legitimately fantastic for $40. I don't know if you can find it for $40, but it's fucking great. I like Basil Hayden's bourbon. I don't like Basil Hayden's rye. I know some people don't, but I think it's just a great entry level solid whiskey, 35, 40 bucks. And then the other one I would say that was a sleeper hit. Do I have one nearby? Oh yeah. TX bourbon. It's a blended bourbon from Texas. Really just a fine bourbon. Really simple. Really great. So go with that. All right. Next, Texas Twister 98. Remember, guys, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem, said by somebody. The Magus 93. We are too docile to tyranny because we have air conditioning, food down the street, and endless entertainment at our finger. Not a good excuse for tyranny, but I guess we're all cucks.
Well, it particularly empowers women because women are no longer dependent upon men for protection, for security, for food, for that's what empowers feminism is the modern society. If we were living 300 years ago, there would be no feminism because women would be entirely dependent upon men for protection, their husbands, their brothers, their fathers for protection. Of course, today they still are dependent upon men. They just pretend they're not. But if a woman's attacked in the street, who does she call? She doesn't call the feminist league. She calls the cops, and the cops are men who show up. If a woman cop showed up, the woman being attacked would be like, "What the fuck? They sent me a woman." That's bullshit.
So I have a story about that. I represented a husband in a domestic that was, but I was hired by the wife to represent him because a female cop showed up on scene to what was an argument, and the female sheriff pressured the wife to make a statement that would justify the arrest of the husband. She literally physically pushed the wife back against a wall. It was in front of her like a leering guy, right? Like hand on the wall right in front. Like, what did he do to you? Did he throw something at you? Were you scared? Were you scared? Were you scared? Were you afraid? Until she said, yeah, I mean, I guess I was a little afraid. She was afraid because
the cops know the magical words that need to be said so they can justify the arrest.
And so then she had to hire me to get that guy to be released. And we did. We got him out of there. Matt HTX 43 though. This is crazy. He says, my dad was on Columbia STS 107. Commander Colonel Rick D. Husband, and here's a picture of him. Dude, Matt HTX is a guy who filmed the Artemis launch, by the way. So now his channel makes infinitely more sense. He's got a personal connection to space exploration, to NASA. His dad is this guy right here who passed away
awesome.
on the Columbia. Cheers to you. Cheers to your dad. May he rest in peace, knowing that though he was involved in a tragic and catastrophic accident, the amount that we learned from that accident will fuel future generations of space explorers, will fuel future improvements and endeavors that go beyond our wildest imaginations, as NASA has always done. As weird and woke as NASA has become, we cannot deny what they have done for humanity, not just America, through technological advancement and the relentless need to explore space and then apply what they learn at home. Cheers to your father, a pioneer and a martyr for science, technology, and improvement in our basic lives.
Well, I would say martyr,
cheers-
just
cheers to
a
your dad.
genuine explorer. I mean, exploring is risk. It's high
Well,
risk.
and not just
and the
that, but-
individual is not NASA. NASA is a government organization.
Right.
The individual is the human being taking the risk to be that explorer at the edge of space. And there's nothing but acclaim for that person.
And doing what he loved, doing what he was passionate about, following his dreams, following, exactly what he wanted to do. I mean, going out there knowing that it was a risk every single day and making that sacrifice. But cheers, mad respect to your dad. I saw that in the chat and I put some love in there, but just want to make that clear. So cheers.
Yeah. Very fucking cool, man. Very cool. And I wanted to be an astronaut forever. Turns out they have to do math. They have to do math.
And we're too tall. We're too tall too. Both of us are too tall. We wouldn't qualify. Yeah, we're way too tall.
They have to do math and be in shape, I heard. I didn't even know about the tall thing. Actually, so there was this one of the rockets burned up on the launch pad. And I heard
You mean one of the early NASA rockets?
Yeah, an early NASA rocket. It burned up on the launch pad. It never got off the ground.
Famous
but,
event.
They were talking. Someone knew the astronauts involved in that, and there was a guy in there, and they said he was the most amazing human you would ever meet. Like, not like, oh, the most amazing person, like physical athlete, and that the cockpit of that rocket burned up in seconds. And that guy, I wish I remembered who it was. But he had gotten himself unbuckled and the door was bolted shut with these lug nuts, basically. He had gotten out of his harness, gotten over to the thing, grabbed the fucking torque wrench and had undone 2.5 of these bolts. I think he had to get through 9 or something. There was no way he was going to do it, but in seconds. And they're the people who go up and who do this, they're truly unique and ridiculously accomplished individuals. Not all of them are super athletes, but some of them are. Some of them are just so ridiculously fucking smart, and they've worked their entire lives, and they're really commendable people in general. So pretty cool.
Hey, listen, before anyone criticizes an astronaut, I would just say, why don't you go skydiving? Just go skydiving. Just go up in a plane, 13,500 feet with a parachute and throw yourself out of that fucking plane. I've done it 6 times. All right. I was scared out of my fucking mind all 6 times. So I quit doing it, but I did it 6 fucking times. Go do it fucking once before you criticize someone who gets on a rocket full of fuel. That it's a fucking huge bomb that he's hoping will put them into space. Before you criticize that person, just throw yourself out of a plane one time.
Did you see that the Red Bull guy who went up and did the highest skydive ever?
Right. Well, that's crazy. He was in a spacesuit.
Yeah, I showed that to my kids, and I'm like, look at where he's jumping from, and they're like, the Earth is a picture. Right. I know he's going to leap, and the crazy thing is he knows roughly where he will land, even though it looks like he could jump to fucking Australia from up there. It's like the stones that it takes to do that shit. I'm like, my balls were in my throat just watching the YouTube video. Like, hello guys. Jesus. Okay. La Monica. Let's see. La Monica says, a short and worthy book recommendation. Vodi Baucham's book, What He Must Be If He Wants to Marry My Daughter, is a great read for understanding the whys and wherefores of God's created order for marriage. Wanted to recommend this for Branca specifically. He gets the statistical landscape painted nicely. This book will fill in the psychologies. Love to y'all. Okay, so the book title is What He Must Be If He Wants to Marry My Daughter by Vodi Baucham.
Okay, well, and I haven't read the book, but in principle, I encourage that. I think a lot of people get married and they haven't thought through what marriage means and what they're expecting from a marriage and what they should be expected to deliver to a marriage. And so they get married on a Disney fantasy of what marriage is. And of course, it collapses. Yes, I would prefer that people get married in a more informed way. I think that would be very helpful. And frankly, listen, I not that this is a religious stream, but if you have some religious context, it provides a framework to getting married. The people I know who are Catholic or Christian or Muslim or Jewish or get married within that religious framework tend to have a lot more success in their marriages than people who do it outside that. I'm not telling you to get religious, but I'm just saying that's my experience.
Get religious, you pussies.
No, but I once did like a marriage question book with a girlfriend because she was one of the ones that was like very, into like, hey, let's get married, right? Let's push this. I think it was 1,000. I looked it up. 1,001 questions asked before you get married by Monica Menendez Leahy.
That's way too many questions.
And but you get,
it's a book written by a woman.
Here's the thing: you get 20 questions in, and you realize that shit's not going to work, right? You know what I mean? Like you just get 20 real questions in, and you realize it ain't working.
What I tell my friends when they say, "Oh, dude, I'm going into marriage counseling," I tell them, if you're in marriage counseling, that marriage is over. It's over. And the women always say, "No, we can work it out. We can. Nope. If you're in marriage counseling, that marriage is over."
We need to do something very important.
Oh shit!
It's time. It's time for our daily unbreaded. It's time for this because I need it. I need Matthew Harris's wisdom in my life. Hold on. Let's check the page. What do we got? 747. Oh baby, near the end of the book. Oh shit. How do we want to do this, guys? Should I do it? What should we do?
I'm happy to. I'm always happy to throw a line for a binger. I'm always happy to help a binger out.
Why don't you read? You'll know you read the first section. I'll read the second section, unless Branca wants to read.
No, I literally don't know what you're talking about.
Is there a clear divide on the first section? Like a clear?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, it's obvious. Here we go. So you read 12 through 15, then I'll take the anchor.
I got you, brother.
All right, go get it, man.
While the dream was happening, I was scared about what was happening next. The stress was uncomfortable. And then I wake up and I realized I was in control. Everything was going my way, and that everyone I hate will be dead very soon. Sometimes I daydream. Sometimes I think I see things that are really there. Sometimes they take the shape of people and images. In those moments, I worry. But it always goes away soon, and I stop caring because I am relieved that the bullshit is over. Catastrophic.
Shoot Acacia, Las Vegas, Nevada. Kill them all. Kill all allies. The takeout is mine. Kill Santa. is the worst mongoloid. He pretends to be mystical and poetic and wise, but really he is just a shitty imposter wannabe with no talent or contributions. He is falling down into a basement filled with smoldering lava, ready to put his kind extinct. You realize that's a grown-ass man up there shouting, "It's a me!" I don't remember most of the books I read because I was too stressed out. I heard my own voice in my head for the whole year I was on probation. I forgot how to smile. Bingers, hear me out when I say that. I forgot how to smile. I really forgot how to smile. I fucking forgot how to smile.
Nigger.
Feels like he can't be himself, like he has to imitate, like they want to convert him to being gay, being white, speaking with a British accent, or being skinny and wearing suits. A binger feels like he has to sell himself and present a show in order to succeed and can't be himself. That shit is why true diversity doesn't happen and only Toms get through or stay with that shit. I needed to learn how to smile. I bought a book, an acting book. I bought a Kindle book on actor's method that taught me how to smile. That's how fucked up Duke was. Hitler without the Holocaust is just a corporate consultant for Big Pharma. The pregnant woman doesn't know how to let go. As a binger who has given everything to life, I was honored to be a binger. And I was honored to deliver truth, but they still spat my chicken. Don't trust bitches who call themselves Kinsey instead of Mac. In American history, black music has been a tool for discussing and resolving race relations. Even in the time of minstrel shows, that was always about race. They called it race music first, then black music got other names. So when non-bingers copy Michael Jackson, they are stealing from bingers. Bingers don't go elsewhere and steal their history. It looks stupid. Even worse, it sabotages race relations. If someone puts an outsider into that conversation, it does damage. When an Asian sings, "I'd catch a grenade for you, but you wouldn't do the same," in Michael Jackson imitation voice, it damages the race relation for bingers. It damages the bingers culture. It pollutes. It not just steals money, but it puts messages and poison into the ideas we all drink in common. It is like Flint, Michigan, but for the mind and soul. Years of alcohol together with this white boy, and you wouldn't get one drink with me? Proves you're a racist bitch. You still acting like my life doesn't matter. Every single one of you, I should blow myself up and take you all with me. Fuck you. This is unacceptable. Spit my food and then tell me to be grateful. You don't understand who you are fucking with. You will pay. I just said Black Lives Matter. You will learn in blood, in your blood. You will know Black Lives Matter in your blood. You might say the sperm compete for racing to the egg, and that's how men have to be. Fuck that opinion is cultural. The egg calls the correct sperm. The egg has responsibility to be faithful too. The egg has a job too. I'm bread. Okay.
Your ability to put on and off that hat is so fucking epic each time, and it's impressive for me each time. It gets me each time. You're like a little kid who just took a shit and you look it up like you did a good job, like, you know, afterwards, like you're like
every
so
time.
like your ability to put it to the side and put it on real quick.
So happy when I grab that fucking hat and I get it on my head before that 6-second unbreaded clip is done. Like, oh shit!
I got it on.
And then I love this. I love that I have this. Fucking Mark Richards delivered me gold. I don't know what to do with him. Oh, Jesus.
We killed Branca. We legitimately killed Branca.
Yep. He's like, what is this black shit? He's never somehow he's never been on for that.
Really? How is that possible? Because you've done so many unbreadeds. It's like your thing. I mean,
I don't know. Because he's like, I don't know even what you're fucking talking about, which is true.
Well, I also don't know how people in your chat like were like, oh, I don't know what Matthew Harris sounds like, because I was like, I try to channel the Matthew Harris voice, like how he actually sounds, right? And I thought you'd played his actual videos at some point, but maybe that was way back in the day.
Well, I have, but it's always crazy what people don't see. Like even people who watch the show all the time, it's like
they miss it.
Yeah, they miss it. And look, I know I produce more content than even Jesus deems acceptable. So I get it. But it like for me, like people were asking me yesterday to cover the FTX stuff. And it's like, well, I just covered the FTX stuff literally the day before, but a whole bunch of people didn't see it. So it's like, oh, you forget what you talk about. Anyway, how'd you like that, Andrew? Mr. Branca? Was that good for you? Can you hear me?
I think he cannot hear you.
Andrew, are you muted?
Branca.
I don't think he's even looking at our window either.
He's gonna start tubing it in a second.
I hope so.
He's just gonna start tubing it. We're gonna go Cock Cam, sponsored by Baldo. That is how you make the money.
Look,
Cock Cam sponsored by Baldo. I swear to God, you can make $1 million on that.
If he tubes it, I'll tube it in solidarity. I'm not gonna leave my man hanging like that. That's not.
And then
fair.
I'll just watch. I'll just sit back and watch. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, hands up. He's not shooting.
Wait, so what do you need to know about the Baldo mindset? What do you need to know about it?
No, I just does it actually like feel good?
Yes.
I may actually. No. You know what? I need to hear it from.
I'll talk to you in private.
Okay, let's talk in private.
It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing right now. It's so fucking stupid. Icky Foo says, Rekieta Law, show us your tattoos. Andrew SD, I shopped them into that pic of you on vacation. No, I'm not gonna like locals to see my tattoos.
So everyone was saying you have a Chinese, because I was saying don't get a foreign character, because a lot of people will get a random, other language, and it's like French and they don't know what the fuck it is. So someone said Rekieta is a Chinese character, and I'm like, are you serious? First of all, I didn't know you had I didn't know
I do. The reason I don't show them off is because, like, if it was today and not when I got them fucking 20 years ago, I wouldn't get Chinese characters. But no, I chose them from a Mandarin dictionary. I know exactly what the characters are. I did not leave it in the hands of some weirdo fucking tattoo guy. I brought the images in. I verified the images. I know exactly what they say. What they say means something to me, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else is. But no, I did verify that they don't say I like semen or whatever, right? Like I got it. I got it. I know everybody likes to make fun of it, and that's fine. I deserve all of it. Again, if it was today and not literally fucking 2002 or whenever I got it, I wouldn't get Chinese characters ever
specifically
again.
Right. Yeah. I understand. I definitely understand, but at least you put some thought into it and you did some research, right? I mean, that's what I did before I got my sleeve done and before I would get anything done.
At the time I was doing Kung Fu and Tai Chi, and I was very much into like Chinese culture because I was a fucking nerd. Again, 20-year-old me was gay. Like, I get it. Fucking loser.
Weeaboo, Nick, we get it, we understand. Or Chiniaboo.
But yeah, I guess. But it's like but now it's like if I were to do a tattoo today, which I'm actually thinking of getting more ink, I just have to find the right thing, because I take a whole lot of thought into doing it. It took me fucking months to figure out what I wanted it to be. But yeah. No, but yeah, I don't show them off though, because I would actually, if I did something again, I would actually get a tattoo over them. I would incorporate them into a different tattoo that changed things. And I might actually do that at some point. I need a good artist to really fucking do it.
I mean, I look at my whole thing is I look at the artist and I make sure they've done the exact type of thing I've done, and they've done it repeatedly well over the course of a year. Right, like they've done the thing repeatedly very well, and they can do it. And if they're able to do that, then yeah.
Wait, do you have ink?
Literally, you don't see my entire arm.
Oh shit! Yeah. I always see you in long sleeves. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're gay.
Yes, yes, very good.
No, mine is right here. It runs from here down to you. I'll stand up a little bit. It runs from here down to here.
Okay, okay.
So, but I got it in the hopes that I would always be skinny. It's not always been true in my life.
Now it's the gun tattoo.
It's not always been true in my life. Although right now I am actually really fucking thin. So because I haven't been eating.
Well, being fat shamed by 20,000 people will do that to you.
It was long before that. By the time I got fat shamed, I was 185 and now I'm 180. So Hallucinosis says rumble for Andrew Branca lights a fire in that shitty wood stove. Oh, light a fire in that shitty wood stove behind you. Branca, can you hear us now? Because you couldn't hear us a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
All right. Sorry. My earbuds gave out. But yeah, I'm in an Airbnb. That's not my fireplace. I'm just here for one night. So
what did you think of your first unbreaded reading? How was that for you?
When you were reading it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was really fucking boring.
So I love this guy. Reformed Convict Sign Language at a heavy metal concert. We did that one. He also says that's a segue into stories of No Tie Blow Branca. You were supposed to tell stories anyway. Look, Cocaine Branca is his own. That's his own thing. I don't know if he wants to do that or not.
What stories do you want? I got plenty of stories. All right, so here's one. So
I don't know what stories to ask for.
Yeah.
Good sir, how much cocaine have you done in your life?
So not much because I was poor. I was a diesel mechanic. I couldn't afford cocaine. So I was just like a satellite around this environment. I wasn't a cocaine guy. But one time I went up to a buddy of mine who really was into the cocaine life. He says, "Hey, can you come up to this apartment with me in Queens, New York?" And we go up there, and the entire apartment is walled with mirrors. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm in an FBI trap room right now. Behind every one of these mirrors is a camera right now recording me. And my dude's about to make a cocaine buy. So I excused myself from the room. Now, I don't think my buddy had any idea what those mirrors meant. But when there's a lot of mirrors, dudes, there's cameras behind those mirrors. That's why they're doing that. So just don't be there. So that's my, I guess, not my best cocaine story, but the one I'm willing to share.
Yeah, which one did you flip a bus with your bare hands? Like,
well, my favorite and first experience with cocaine was in middle school when I was at a friend's party where his dad was a very wealthy Colombian dude. He literally let his son live in his own condo in Brickell. And I went over for this party, middle school. And I see middle school girls come over from one of the very wealthy private high schools. I went to public school. They come in. The guy puts out the powder on the table in the middle of the room, lines it up. The three girls, which are in middle school, they're in the 8th grade, do a line and they leave. They showed up to the party to do the line and leave in their middle school. And I'm like, this is some fucked up shit.
All right, well,
that's my cocaine story.
There's many fucked up aspects of that. First of all, if the bitch does your line, she does not leave. That doesn't happen. But even worse than that, they're middle school. So why are we even talking about this in the first place?
A statute of limitations is run. That's why.
Right. They got to be at least high school. I mean, so
my cocaine experience is much more recent and I hated it. Like I'm not a fan. I don't like it at all. Not my thing.
No. So what often happens with cocaine is the first time you try it, it doesn't have much effect. Maybe it has a negative effect.
And I did it more than once, and I just
like, what's the big deal? Cocaine. I tried it; it was nothing. But the second or third time you try it, it's different. It's different.
I tried it a couple times, and I was just like, every time I'm like, it's not doing it for me. But
cocaine.
That was I was gonna say that was not 100%. That was definitely not.
No. It was definitely
it's
definitely cocaine. Everybody else enjoyed it. I didn't, but my brain's fucked up from narcolepsy, so I get weird responses to stimulants.
Were you taking something else at the time, like any other prescription?
No, but for example, I do on occasion take Provigil, which is prescribed for my narcolepsy, and for me, cocaine is like Provigil that only lasts 20 minutes, whereas Provigil lasts 12 hours. So
that,
not,
that could all be. I don't know. I've never tried
Yeah.
Provigil. I don't know your medical situation, but I can tell you, for me personally, cocaine was after the first time. The first time was nothing happened, but after the first time, it was so good. The cocaine was so good that I said, I'm not doing this again. Because I can easily imagine myself getting addicted to this, and I don't want to be addicted to a drug. But that's how good it was. It made me feel like I was the master of the universe. Suddenly in that room, I was the alpha male of that room, even though that was complete bullshit. But I felt that way because of the cocaine, because of the drug.
Wall Street makes a lot more sense now.
Provigil is that it just lasts for 12 hours.
And presumably it's less expensive.
It's pretty, yeah, I guess, but it's really fucking expensive. Still, it shouldn't be, but it still is. No, but that's my narcolepsy medication is Provigil. But man, Provigil makes you feel like you can conquer the fucking earth. It's great. I love it. That's why I don't do it so much, because I know I like it. Just because I like something tells me immediately, wait, you like this a lot, maybe don't do it unless you really need it. Deviation says, props to you, Pope, stand your ground, always will. Stephanie Tam says, hey Nick, please tell people to sign up for Camelot 331 locals. We need more degenerates. Well, I mean, I guess you could go sign up for Camelot 331's locals. Of course, my man Camelot got a locals gaming thing, and he's streaming gaming stuff on Rumble after Twitch cucked him. Camelot's a good dude. Go check it out. Ladies, he's well built. Gay guys, he's more well built. Ladies care less about that than you fags do, and you will love it. Also, he'll probably touch your pee-pee because he's talked about doing that before because he's weird, but I love him anyway. Rumble username says, I heard Branca read Heinlein. What are your opinions on Starship Troopers, Stranger in a Strange Land, and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress?
Okay, those are hugely different books, but Starship Troopers, 100% plus. Moon is a Harsh Mistress is the American Revolutionary story told on the moon. So of course I'm 100% for it. If anyone hasn't read these books, you have not lived. If you've not read these books, Stranger in a Strange Land is a very different Heinlein book. It's much more kind of a free love, libertarian kind of thing. I think it's still a wonderful book. It will expand your consciousness, but it's very different than Starship Troopers or whatever the other one was.
Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Right, very different.
Also, Branca, would you go on the Dick show? Or do you think that one brief interaction quashed that? Dick Masterson was on a show with you, I think on Drex's show. You guys had a little back and forth. I don't know if you remember.
Okay, I don't. Was this one of the guys who was hiding behind a cartoon character?
Well, I mean, on that show, he was behind an avatar, but his face is on camera all the time. But you don't know that. You don't know Dick.
Right. I don't care. I mean, I'm happy to be on anybody's show. Sure. I don't care.
Dick show's great. I love that guy. Hang out with him all the time.
Listen, if you want me on your show, you're just gonna get me. You're gonna get me. You're gonna get Andrew Branca. I don't really care what you are. If you'd like me on, I'm happy to come on. I'll talk about things from my perspective. And but if you're gonna hide behind a cartoon avatar and you're not gonna present yourself as an open person, then I'm gonna judge your perspective appropriately. So, but I'm open. My face is here. So.
The funny thing about that is Dick's on camera all the time.
Well, then why just show me his face?
Who knows? Maybe his hair wasn't good that day.
I don't know.
Here, real quick.
But I'm here, right?
I think you and Dick would get along really well. In general,
I would like to think so.
But here we go. We've got to do. So this is one of the funniest things Dick ever did. Do you remember the Dr. Phil house where they would bring people to his house for like a week and they would get, okay. So Dr. Phil show would bring people to this house for like a week and put them in therapy And to get in, you had to interview with actual license, because Dr. Phil lost his license a long time ago. But you had to interview with actual licensed therapists and psychologists to make sure you weren't bullshitting. So Dick goes in as his persona. His name is not Dick Masterson. That's a persona, and it's a satirical persona that's a professional chauvinist. Okay. He fools them into thinking that this is actually who he is. So here's his video on the Dr. Phil promo. Okay, here we go.
It looks like Andrew Tate.
Yeah, I know. It's an old school Andrew Tate with cop shades.
All right, should I hear audio? Because I don't hear audio.
Oh shit, I don't have the audio on. Fuck, let me go back. Okay, the chat's gonna be screaming at me. We'll start it over. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
There's nothing more liberating and freeing to a woman than chauvinism. A woman has no responsibilities because I don't expect her to get anything right.
That's so true, though.
Trade sex for cars. How is prostitution illegal, but alimony isn't? They're basically the same thing. Or to leave. Our city saved is a woman fired. Women make horrible employees. Women should not be allowed to vote. It's ridiculous. A woman president would be a disaster. Women know in their hearts that women cannot make decisions. A woman would never vote for Hillary Clinton.
This is all true. So why?
Essentially, and women know it. Oh, women are only good for having kids. Unfortunately, they're not very good at raising them. Hitler was raised by a single mother. Men have created everything you see in the world. Men invented electricity. Men invented cures for diseases. Every brick you see is there because a man put it there. The only thing
is this supposed to be sarcasm?
Spend men's money. Men, this is what you look like to a woman. This is all they're after. Women can't do that.
This is 100% true.
They can't lead a company. They can't take risks. They can't drive for crap. You can't blame women for what they do wrong in the same way that you can't blame a dog for what it does wrong. It's your fault for not training it properly. The booing sounds distinctly high-pitched.
You think?
Yeah. There's a lot of men that agree with me, I think, that I didn't hear from.
So is that Andrew Tate? Who is that?
No, this is Dick Masterson.
Look at this. This is filmed at 180p. Like this is
like 2 decades before Andrew Tate was like a kickboxer. Even.
All right. So what did that guy say that was wrong? No, I'm open to argument, but
no. I mean, 90% of that on point.
My favorite line though is a penny saved is a woman fired. I can't take it. Every time I've watched this clip 1,000 times, and every time he says that, I die laughing. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard. Hold on though. So he's about to live roast this chick who deserves every second of it.
I know that this is so outrageous that you would think, okay, he's a plant here to typify the really ridiculous.
No, he literally was. That's the best part of this, is that Dr. Phil doesn't know, but Dick was literally doing that on purpose.
Oh, no
kidding. It was so fucking popular. And they didn't even know.
Well, that's exactly what I would have said.
What was that?
That's exactly what I would have said.
Here we go.
Everything I heard that guy say was 100% on. So
here. Let's get to his roast.
Centered around. You even have a website, menarbetterthanwomen.com.
I have a website, menarbetterthanwomen.com. I educate
men are women,
men
better than women,
to the art of chauvinism.
Do you agree that you're judgmental?
Sure, I think everyone is.
Yeah, and because we ask you several questions. You said if you see a woman driving an expensive car,
she's owned.
She's owned by somebody.
Paid for. Absolutely.
And what do you mean when you say lesbians are fake?
Yeah, all women are lesbians. They do it to get attention. The act of sex cannot exist without a man.
What did you say? Yes, ma'am. Stand up right here. Okay, who's this directed to?
The gentleman in the glasses that hates women. I want to know if he ever had a date.
Hold on.
If he's ever been with anybody.
I hope that she roasts this guy. I hope she roasts him.
You have multiple blouses and multiple pairs of pants at home, but you chose these because they were your favorite. They were better than the others. That doesn't mean you hate the ones you didn't wear. I don't hate women. Men
What
are
does
just,
that have to do with having a date?
men are better than women. Yes.
That's not my answer my question.
It
Take
is.
your
Oh, look,
glasses
she
off.
found
Here,
all the
hold on,
girls.
here we go.
Look at us directly and show us how you look.
Women line up to date guys like me, and you've had them all on your
I don't see
show.
any women lined up at all. I don't see any women lined up to you, and I would definitely be at the end of that line.
Well, if you hit
You
the
would.
treadmill a little more, you'd be at the front.
Get it.
But she knows it's true. She knows it's
I
true.
didn't hear you.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Hold on, look at that face.
At the end of that.
Look at the look on her face.
Look at the
She is-
fucking. She's an
got a little
ogre.
wet right there.
She has communicated with him very clearly in every interaction. And when he destroys her with one line, she's like, I didn't hear you. Here it comes again. One
That
second.
line.
Well, if you hit the treadmill a little more, you'd be at the front. What was that?
I didn't hear you because I'm sure it was something
Okay.
stupid, and I'm glad I didn't hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad.
She knows.
Something more liberal.
She saw it.
I'm glad I didn't hear you. She got demolished. Oh man. No, that was that, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do a perfect satire.
Mhm.
That's how you do it. You caricature reality to expose truth to a bunch of people who don't see it.
Ladies, grab your men early, grab your men young, grab your men when you are in your prime, when your value is highest. If you follow this feminist doctrine where you wait until your value to other men, not your value inherently as a human being, but your value to other men has been diminished to nothing, you are not competitive in the marketplace. Be competitive. I say this because I love women. I have sisters. I have daughters. I want you to be most successful in life. You're not going to do that by expending the best years of your life on Chad, Tyrone, and Pookie, and then hoping you can, when you're 35 years old, you can find a guy who wants to invest everything he has in you. That won't happen. Do it when you're young, when your value is of a maximum, or pay the consequences. And the consequences are the last 50, 60 decades of your life, despondent, lonely, poverty-ridden, and feeding a cat. You don't want
Or
that
16.
in your life.
Let's see. Here we go. Cyborg 579. Sorry to bring this back up at this point. I'm at work driving on my 30 minutes now. Water shielding and lead combined with a magnetic barrier could solve most of the radiation issues in interplanetary
Lead.
space.
How do you get lead into orbit?
But it won't be
motherfucker?
enough for radiation spikes like solar flares. No, he's agreeing with you.
Right.
Okay. Rumble usernames. I'm just burning through super chats now because it's really fucking late. Okay, sure. The moon is dangerous environment, but which is worse, the moon or Washington, D.C.? On another topic, I have an LEO acquaintance that's got thousands to sit in a parking lot and sleep/play Switch during COVID to monitor a testing site. Ben SC, a Rekieta Law Space Jam 3. No. Oh, wait, on the moon. I got it. 4MA now, or M4A now says first 5,000 locals subs get a share of Baldo. I don't know about that. Ben SC, Rekieta Law, wait till you put the Baldo wrap on your SUV. Oh, that's a good idea. Baldo.com/nose, promo code nose. TMF Squid, the only drug I'm interested in doing is DMT, but only because I've rarely been able to even remember that I have dreams since I went to USMC boot camp in 2013. I'm hoping DMT will help me. I will tell you this. I can't speak to DMT. I'd love to try it at some point. After Molly, my entire sense of touch is completely different forever. Like literally
Really,
forever.
permanently changed.
Permanently notice. I never noticed my sense of touch before, or like touching a texture. And now I'm a fucking weirdo who's like rubbing textures. Like if I find an interesting texture, my hand will just absent-mindedly rub it constantly. It is a wild thing.
From one use?
Two, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, I heard people like.
But it was the
uses
one.
and
It was the one that did it though.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I like if I could get that experience back, which I hear you never can, I don't know if that's true, but if I could get that experience back, I would pay infinite money for it. It was so fucking crazy and wild and great. It was my favorite thing. But yeah, you can't do that shit normally. That's the problem. And you can't do it all the time. It'll Swiss cheese your brain.
Yes, that's the thing. After four uses, it permanently changes your brain chemistry.
Yeah, too bad. Too bad. M4A now says, name your price, Baldo. Gooch says, Nick, Mindset, and Branca. Shit, there is the trifecta. Add Tie, Kurt, and Vices. It's a fucking bro elite. Gooch also says, the Dean Cummings prosecution wasn't only the worst prosecution I've ever seen. Everyone involved should have been prosecuted. We need Kyle's Law tomorrow. That was bullshit. 2.5 years of a man's life just taken away from him.
It wasn't even the worst one. I mean, Rittenhouse was worse. Zimmerman was worse.
I'm gonna fucking
more
say
ambiguity around Dean Cummings than those other cases.
Lucas Gerhard was far worse. Like that kid I cannot imagine having the 19 to 21 years of your life evaporated by the fucking state over a Snapchat picture.
So shouldn't the standard be pretty high before the state can do that?
Yes. It should be way higher than it is.
Is it? It's not.
No.
There are no real probable cause hearings in America. There's no grand jury threshold. That's all bullshit. We don't have a real threshold before any binger out there can drag you into a criminal prosecution and a trial with all the cost, all the risk, all the expense. You have no control over that. And
I won a probable cause hearing once.
Oh, you lucky motherfucker.
It was a guy who had his dad had abused him for his entire life. His dad was a surgeon. His dad was a surgeon, had abused him his entire life, had gotten a restraining order against him. And his dad, he posted a public review on the hospital's website, right? The hospital's public website,
right,
about his dad. And the cops came and they charged him with violating his restraining order. Even though he didn't talk to his dad, he posted on a public website a public review. And they forced him to delete the public review. And then they never included what his actual statements were in their probable cause filing. So they lost on that. Because there was no evidence that he had committed a crime. That's the only probable. By the way, that charge is completely fucking bonkers bogus. That's the only reason that we won, is because it was so fucking out there that you post a review on an employer's website, and that is considered a contact violative of a restraining order, which is insane. Insane. How many of you go, like, you work for Target, you go read Target reviews in your area to see if you're on it? Nobody does. Anyway, that's the only one I've ever seen. And I've had a bunch of shit dismissed after probable cause hearings, but probable cause hearings, you never win. They're literally a joke. Nimitz 42, San Japan was wilding on acid. Just saying, never done acid.
No.
Xander's Rants, has Andrew met Miles Morales, who is from Harlem? Branca, have you met Miles Morales?
I did not live in Harlem. I worked in Harlem. It's a little different.
Johnny K198, tell Branca I saw his talk on self-defense on Carry Trainer. It was good, especially when the lady comments how much editing they were going to need to do.
Oh, sorry. I did curse a lot. Yeah.
That's good. That's how it should be. Fire PA 498. Interesting SCOTUS case coming up. Madison versus Alabama. Should death row inmates with dementia be executed if they can't recall their crime? Yes, they should.
Yes.
Simple answer. If the state is, I don't get this, like where the state changes its mind. Look, if everything we do is at the time of the offense. If someone gets convicted and sentenced to death and is competent and everything at the time, and then they get a traumatic brain injury and they're legally retarded after that, they should still be executed because they were competent at the time they committed the offense.
Also, they're fucking faking it.
Yes, that's true. Cyborg579 says, Branca, to solve your lead in space issue, mine and smelt it on a captured asteroid, or just mine the asteroid and turn it into a slow long-term colony. Hundreds of feet of rock is also good radiation shielding, but I do agree getting lead to orbit isn't easy elsewise.
Right. I agree with your solution. Show me how you do that.
Juan Riavka says, I hate women so much it's unreal. They also say, hello, Mr. Rekieta. I have something very important to share. Come. God damn it. Jack Crow, caw, caw, caw. Vela says, locals chat equals pay pig chat. Odyssey chat equals true freedom chat. Nope, Odyssey chat's gay. Zalcor says, Reddit's public freakouts. I'm not pulling that up. Guy's Grocery says, when my dad went to law school, a buddy of his was labeled a conservative and was shunned because he played devil's advocate against gun control in a class discussion. This is in 1987. Juan Riavka, hello. Wait, read the rest of these. Okay, cool. We got a couple more and then I'm done. The Gecko 43, Branca, a trip to the moon is equivalent to a few X-rays. Mars receives only about 45 to 50% of the amount as Earth. DOE workers can legally be exposed to 50 times as much radiation as a moon mission per year.
No, you're wrong. You're mistaken. So whatever.
Aussie Overlord says, I think I pissed off someone at YouTube. Went to look at my videos. Every single one of my videos has been limited, including me talking about a cartoon kangaroo mascot. That's fun when that happens. Welcome to it. You made it, brother. Stephanie Tam. Hey, Branca, even though you could give two shits about what I think, I really take your honest dating advice to heart. Thanks.
Okay. I hope it leads you to a happier life.
Auda says, this is not an accident. Everything rotting civilization has been planned for a very long time. Branca is right. Off by 100 years. It's communist subversion. Agenda 21, 2030 is mass enslavement. Miner Zircon says, I signed up to Camelot and keep asking him to remove his clothing, even though I'm not gay. I find it hilarious. And gentlemen, that's the end of the show. Thank you for hanging out so long.
All right. Awesome. Hey, Andrew,
you're
great
muted.
seeing you. Nick, great seeing you.
Motherfucker.
And,
hey, good seeing you both. Good to hang out with you guys, and see you anytime. This is a crew I'll definitely ride with. So
thanks, guys, for making an otherwise uneventful show. Oh, Branca's gone.
No, I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna stick around for you to explain the Baldo to me. So I'll wait for that.
Yes. Wait for the so 4 minutes on the outro, and then I'll see you there. Guys, thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you soon. Peace, chat. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore of Lafroig. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the deposed on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plenty folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. ones who would get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we